Chapter 35-22. The Four Talisman God Paladin, Duan Wuxian. On this day, everyone began to leave the hidden fog island, including Lin Ling and the others. However, as soon as they left the hidden fog island, everyone outside the hidden fog island looked at Lin Ling, who was walking out. Their eyes were filled with rage. "Teacher He, is this a student from the Snow Wind Academy? He violated the rules and humiliated the older generation. He is too lawless. Don't you think that the Snow Wind Academy should give us an explanation?" The messengers from the other 5 academies joined forces to teach Lin Ling a lesson. "If you are unhappy about this, you can look for our dean. It is useless for you to talk about Lin Ling's crimes in front of us. Moreover, we have no right to convict him." However, the teachers from the Snow Wind Academy were obviously on Lin Ling's side. They acted as if it had nothing to do with them. This time, the teachers from the 5 academies were furious. The same went for the students. They thought that by pressuring the academy would definitely punish Lin Ling. However, it seemed that it was useless. "Lin Ling, let me tell you, you can't leave here today." The teachers could not do anything to Lin Ling, but many of the students were indignant. Among them, Duan Tianzhan was the leader. Duan Tianzhan was the disciple of the Duan family. Ordinary people had to respect him. However, he had been humiliated and stripped naked by Lin Ling on the hidden fog island. How could he take this lying down? However, in the face of Duan Tianzhan's anger, Lin Ling was still indifferent. "Duan Tianzhan, I stripped you naked, but you don't seem to be happy about it. You should know that not everyone has the opportunity to be stripped naked by me. Moreover, I feel that you seem to enjoy being stripped naked. Perhaps some people have a habit of being naked." Although Lin Ling was indifferent, he saw that Duan Tianzhan was being overbearing. Hence, Lin Ling still said it nonchalantly. This sentence undoubtedly made Duan Tianzhan tremble in anger. He did not have a habit of being naked. "Alright, stop pretending. Let me tell you, if I, Lin Ling, am not as good as you on the hidden fog island, what would happen to me?" At this time, Lin Ling spoke again. "If you are not as powerful as me, I will make you kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. I will use all the humiliation in my life on you." Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Duan Tianzhan immediately roared in anger. "That's right. So, stop pretending to be innocent. Since you want to humiliate me, why should I give you face on the hidden fog island? To put it bluntly, it's not strength that decides everything. I can only say that you, Duan Tianzhan, are a piece of trash. Your skills were inferior, so you were humiliated. You'd better swallow this humiliation obediently." Duan Tianzhan gritted his teeth. Although he knew that, how could he not do anything when Lin Ling stripped him naked and hung him on the street? What a sharp tongue. "If that's the case, if I humiliate you and you are not as powerful as me, you will have to accept the humiliation." However, at this moment, an angry roar was heard. Then the crowd parted. A handsome man riding a dazzling warhorse slowly walked out. This person's strength was obviously extraordinary. The moment he appeared, even the teachers from the various academies could feel the intense pressure. "Four Talisman God's Holy Knight," many teachers said solemnly. Although they were teachers of the academies, most of them were God's messengers. The God's Holy Knight was an expert who was above them. They were also known as God's Knights. Could that be Duan Tianzhan's half-brother, Duan Wuxian? The students from the various academies started to guess. Their eyes were filled with respect. "Brother!" After seeing the young man, Duan Tianzhan could not help but laugh. The young man nodded. His eyes were still fixed on Lin Ling. Of course, he had heard of Lin Ling. He was an arrogant junior in Jiuzhou. He had countless enemies and had even killed Duan Yi from the Duan family. He could not understand how such an ant could survive until now. "You are Duan Wuxian." At this moment, Lin Ling was also looking at Duan Wuxian. His heart couldn't help but become serious. Duan Wuxian's strength was indeed extraordinary. He was at the intermediate martial ancestor realm, but his talent had already surpassed the rank 5 realm. It could be said that Lin Ling was no match for such a strong opponent. "That's right. After seeing me, you must be very surprised," Duan Wuxian said lightly when he saw Lin Ling looking at him. His expression was filled with pride. Seeing this, Lin Ling was stunned. Then he could not help but laugh. You are really arrogant. Although you are a little strong, compared to Duan Wuhan from the Duan family, you are still a little weaker. You must be Duan Wuhan's little brother. You are courting death. Duan Wuzhan obviously did not expect Lin Ling to dare say that to him. He thought that Lin Ling would only admire and respect him. After all, he was a 4-talisman holy knight. How could a mere Lin Ling look up to him? Am I wrong? However, among the Duan family's holy knights, I have heard of Duan Wuhan. As for you, I am sorry. I have not heard of you. Even Ningbo Tao from the New Heavenly Court seems to be more famous than you. Seeing that Duan Wuzhan was obviously angry, Lin Ling said lightly again. I have long heard that the son of the devil has a glib tongue. Today, I have seen that your reputation is not undeserved. However, what is the use of saying so much? Today, in front of absolute strength, if I want you to die, you will die. Suddenly, Duan Wuzhan laughed loudly. There was a tinge of arrogance in his words. A 3-meter-long purple dragon broadsword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the teachers of the various academies. Do you think that they can protect you? Believe it or not, I can kill you in front of them and they will not dare to have any objections. Domineering. This was the domineering aura of a holy knight. With powerful strength, he dared to look down on the academies. The teachers of the various academies were all silent. Only the teachers of the Wind Snow Academy had ugly expressions. These people from the Duan family were too arrogant. They actually dared to touch Lin Ling in front of the Wind Snow Academy. Do you believe it or not? Seeing that no one dared to speak, Duan Wuzhan said again. Do you believe it or not, son of the devil Lin Ling? When Duan Tianzhan saw that his big brother was in high spirits, he also clamored. He stared at Lin Ling, his eyes full of the light of, you are dead. He obviously knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, so he had informed his big brother earlier. Now, he just wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. Sir, no matter what conflicts there are between the students, it is a matter between the various academies. As an outsider, you are interfering in these matters. This is somewhat against the rules. Moreover, this will also implicate the academy that Duan Tianzhan is in. Others will mock them for being incompetent and having to rely on outsiders for help. Chapter 35-23. Using his head to block the blade. None of your business. I like it. What can you do to me? But who knew that Duan Wuzhan's blade would shoot out a purple flame that turned into a wall of flames in front of the teacher? The teacher's face turned pale and he didn't dare to say anything. None of your business. I can't beat him, so I called my brother. If you don't agree, you can call your brother. If not, then shut up. Duan Tianzhan wasn't ashamed. Instead, he was proud and arrogant. The teachers of Snow Wind Academy didn't dare to say anything. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling, especially those who had a grudge against Lin Ling. They were the happiest and couldn't wait to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself. Good. In the hidden fog island, Master Qing Yun couldn't help but laugh. You asked me before that if you killed me in front of them, they wouldn't dare to have any objections. Now I'll tell you that you're dreaming. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings fell silent. Not only the students, but all the teachers were stunned. Lin Ling meant that Duan Wuzhan couldn't touch Lin Ling? What a joke! Duan Wuzhan was a 4-talisman god paladin and was stronger than the teachers. How could Lin Ling fight against him? Even if he cut Lin Ling into 17 or 18 pieces, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to resist at all. You said I can't touch you? Duan Wuzhan was stunned, then he laughed loudly. Clang. He raised his saber and pointed it at Lin Ling from afar. I can kill you with a single slash, and you say I can't touch you? I'm sure you can't touch me. However, Lin Ling smiled and shrugged. Looking at him, he was completely fearless. At this moment, even the teachers of Snow City frowned. Based on the current situation, if Duan Wuzhan really wanted to kill Lin Ling, he wouldn't hesitate at all. No one could stop him. So, what kind of trick was Lin Ling playing? Deliberately mystifying things. Brother, kill him. Duan Tianzhan frowned and immediately shouted angrily. He didn't believe that a mere Lin Ling could stop his brother. Duan Wuxian nodded, his eyes cold. Of him? Duan Wuxian roared. His whole body was covered with purple light, and a terrifying aura burst out. Not only was this person talented, but his ancestral power was also extremely powerful. He was worthy of being one of the twin prides who shared the same reputation as Duan Wu Hen. He held the purple broadsword as if he was holding a dragon. With a speed beyond everyone's imagination, he pounced on Lin Ling. At this moment, many people began to shake their heads. That frightening broadsword slashed down from the sky and smoothly landed on Lin Ling's head. This time, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Ling, was he dead? In fact, some of them had heard of Lin Ling's name and knew that Lin Ling was a thorn in the side of many big forces. However, there was a mysterious force around Lin Ling that seemed to be quietly protecting him. Otherwise, based on the people Lin Ling had offended, he would have been dead long ago. But now, this mysterious force didn't seem to appear. Clang. The purple broadsword landed on Lin Ling's head with a deafening sound. However, many people saw that Lin Ling's head was extremely hard and had blocked the purple broadsword. No, that's not right. That's not Lin Ling's head. But soon, someone realized that something was wrong. That was because a burly man had appeared in front of Lin Ling and was using his head to block the sharp saber. He must be crazy. Someone was using his head to block the saber. That was not an ordinary saber, but a full-strength saber of a middle-stage martial progenitor. Who would use their head to block the saber unless they were crazy? What a powerful saber. It seems like he's really trying to kill him. However, he's right. He won't die. No one can kill him. While the crowd was still in shock, the man who had blocked the saber for Lin Ling finally turned around slowly. That man was tall and burly. A terrifying aura rolled around his body like a tide and clouds. He touched his severed head and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Plop. His appearance undoubtedly caused the hearts of the surrounding people to tremble incessantly. Duan Wuxian's pupils trembled violently. What was going on? Someone had really saved Lin Ling. Lin Ling really couldn't be killed. Moreover, that man was crazy. He had actually used his head to block the saber for Lin Ling. You asked Lin Ling before if anyone could touch him. Now let me tell you. No, not a single person. That man's gaze turned and landed on Duan Wuxian. His hoarse voice made Duan Wuxian tremble subconsciously. That was because Duan Wuxian sensed a terrifying power from that man. It was a power that could easily kill him. Lin Ling had such an expert by his side? Duan Wuxian quietly took a step back, his face unusually pale. Even Duan Tianzhan took a step back. Unless they were idiots, they definitely knew that they were in trouble. Senior. As Duan Wuxian retreated, he spoke anxiously. However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure appeared in front of him. At the same time, a hand reached out and grabbed Duan Wuxian's neck in an instant. Beside Duan Wuxian, Duan Tianzhan's legs went weak, and he almost wet himself. However, at that moment, another hand grabbed Duan Tianzhan's neck. Believe it or not, I only need to move my hand, and the two of you will be turned into ashes. That man had a hideous smile on his face as he held one person in each hand. As for Duan Wuxian and his brother, they couldn't say a word. They could only continue to tremble. Not long ago, they had held Lin Ling's life in their hands. Duan Tianzhan even thought that not only could he wash away his shame, but he could also kill Lin Ling here. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling didn't die. Instead, they were threatened by an expert. City Lord Song, do me a favor and let them go. However, at that moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded in the sky. So it's the Duan clan leader. However, why should I do you a favor? The mysterious man suddenly raised his head and smiled faintly as he looked into the distance. He seemed to have guessed who the owner of the voice was. The disciples of the Duan clan are ignorant. You are a magnanimous person. Please let them go this time. As for the inconvenience this time, the Duan clan will bear all the consequences. How about that? The ethereal voice sounded in the sky again. Hearing that, the mysterious man didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling in the distance. As for Lin Ling, he was deep in thought, causing the outside of the hidden fog island to suddenly fall into a dead silence. Chapter 35-24. The Dragon Ball was in their hands. Although they did not know what had happened, they guessed from the mysterious man's conversation that the master of the Duan clan was here. Most importantly, the master of the Duan clan was here, but he did not flare up. Instead, he gave the mysterious man face. For a moment, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to have such a big face. Even Master Qing Yun and the others in the hidden fog island were terrified. They realized that they had been implicated in a big conspiracy. The conspiracy was so big that it was not something they could meddle in. Pay 50 billion royal crystals and we'll drop the matter. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Did you hear that? 50 billion royal crystals. The mysterious man smiled and said to the sky, Okay, 50 billion royal crystals. It won't be long before someone delivers it to Snow City. Now let them go. The voice in the sky agreed immediately. I hope the master of the Duan clan won't go back on his words. The mysterious man opened his arms and let Duan Wuzhan and the others go. Duan Wuzhan and the others immediately started coughing violently. After a while, they raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes filled with disbelief. They naturally knew who had come, but they hadn't expected that such a great figure would still compromise with Lin Ling. This was too shocking. Go back. The man in the sky said coldly. Duan Wuzhan and the others did not dare to say anything and quickly left. However, they were more and more shocked. They did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, he was not simple, just like the rumors said. Of course, not only Duan Wuzhan and his brother, but also the experts from the Duan clan were surprised. They did not expect that Song Chiri would go to such lengths for Lin Ling. Although he had heard about it, after seeing it with his own eyes, he was sure that Lin Ling was not simple in the final world. He's gone just like that. Am I dreaming? Not only did Duan Wuzhan not teach Lin Ling a lesson, but he was also extorted a large sum of money. This script is completely different from what I imagined. The students of the various academies still couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Only Lin Ling knew that all of this was possible. This was because he had predicted that there would be trouble if he left the hidden fog island. Therefore, he had already informed Governor Tsang and the others. The truth was just as he had guessed. Go back. Lin Ling thanked Song Chiri and then took Yu Yu and the others back to Snow-Blowing City. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others had just returned to Snow-Blowing City. At the gate of Snow-Blowing City, several figures had already been waiting there. Among them, a little girl blinked her big eyes and looked very expectant. When she saw Yu Yu and the others, she immediately ran out excitedly. Sister Yu Yu, Sister Gu, Xiaoyu has been waiting for you for a long time. The little girl who rushed out was Xiaoyu. She knew that Lin Ling had gone to pick up Yu Yu and the others, so she had been waiting here for a few days. Xiaoyu. Seeing the cute little girl, Yu Yu and the others were very happy. They immediately rushed over and carried Xiaoyu. Yu is here. Yes. Dou Kening and Kenjian also smiled. Lin Ling, since you came to the final world, you have been staying here. Yu Yu and the others carried Xiaoyu and greeted Dou Kening and the others. Then they followed Lin Ling into Snow-Blowing City. Yu Yu and the others were undoubtedly very curious about Snow-Blowing City. Lin Ling smiled and then roughly told them what had happened in the final world. Then, Lin Ling brought Yu Yu and the others to the courtyard where they were staying. As soon as they entered, Yu Yu and the others immediately felt that the courtyard was extraordinary. The two girls couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Ling explained to them that Yu Yu and the others should stay in the courtyard for a period of time. It was absolutely helpful for the improvement of their talent. Yu Yu and the others naturally agreed to this because they also wanted to stay by Lin Ling's side. A few days later, the Duan family also sent people to deliver royal crystals, not one less. This sum of royal crystals was enough for Lin Ling to reach the 9th level of the Sage Realm. However, he didn't use it for cultivation for the time being. Instead, he continued to wait for another day. A day later, the old woman finally returned. This time, the old woman returned with a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was one of the rarest treasures in 9 regions. It was not produced by the dragon clan, and even if it was the dragon clan, ordinary dragon god level dragons would not be able to produce the dragon pearl. Only the king of dragon god level dragons could produce it. For example, in the Rainbow World, the ghost dragon god that Lin Ling met was at the king of dragon gods and had the strength of a martial god. Only such a giant could produce a dragon pearl. And the dragon pearl could greatly improve the dragon god's bloodline, especially the pure dragon pearl. The effect of the dragon pearl was even more obvious. As expected of Lei Gong, he even has a dragon pearl. After receiving the dragon pearl from the old woman, Lin Ling was undoubtedly extremely excited, because this dragon pearl could greatly improve his dragon god's bloodline. This is Lei Gong's reward for you. Lei Gong once said that as long as you complete the mission, you can obtain any treasure. When the old woman saw that Lin Ling was very excited, she couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Ling. Moreover, Lei Gong's second divine trial mission has also appeared. It is to make you become the first in Snow Wind Academy's Divine 3 Hall. Following that, the old woman told him the mission that Lei Gong had given her. Divine 3 Halls first. Lin Ling immediately narrowed his eyes. He also knows a little about how powerful Snow Wind Academy's Divine 3 Hall is. If given another 8 or 10 years, Lin Ling is confident that he can become the first in Divine 3 Hall. But at present, he still lacks confidence. However, he now has the Dragon Pearl, which can greatly improve the Dragon God's talent, so it is not impossible for him to become the first in Divine 3 Hall. After chatting with the old woman for a long time, Lin Ling also entered into a state of cultivation. At present, I have 5 dantian, but there are only 3 kinds of truly powerful talents. For example, the help that the space-time divine steel brings is getting smaller and smaller, so if there is a chance, it would be good to find a more powerful talent. Dragon Pearl, I wonder what level my Dragon God's talent can reach with this Dragon Pearl. A bright ball appeared in Lin Ling's hand. From time to time, this ball exudes a rich dragon aura, and if one looked carefully, one can see that inside the transparent crystal ball, there is a dragon shape, rolling and roaring inside the ball. It's really amazing. I wonder if there are many of these dragon pearls in the Dragon Clan. If I have the opportunity to go to the Dragon Clan, that would be great. Staring at the ball, Lin Ling could not help but lick his lips. He wanted to refine the dragon pearl, but at this time, Xianxia's voice suddenly came, with a hint of anxiety. Lin Ling, the current Miao Emperor invites you to see him. Chapter 35-25. Miao Divine Palace. After hearing this news, Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked because he didn't seem to have any connection with this Miao Emperor. City Lord Song, in your opinion, should I go visit this Miao Emperor? Lin Ling wasn't too familiar with Miao Emperor, so he asked for Xianxia's opinion. I'm guessing that Miao Di wants to see you because he wants to confirm something. That is, whether you are a challenger or not. So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, I think it's better to go see him. Maybe you can get some treasures. Xianxia pondered for a moment and finally agreed with Lin Ling's decision. The old woman was also the same. Since these 2 seniors agreed, Lin Ling had no reason to refuse. Thus, the matter of refining the Dragon Pearl could only be delayed for now. The next day, under the lead of the old woman, Lin Ling also walked in the direction of Miaozhou Imperial Palace. This trip invited all of Lin Ling's people, so Xiaoyu, Yuyu, and the others also went. Xianxia took out the Fire Phoenix Palace and carried Lin Ling's group forward. Along the way, he explained the power of Miao Emperor in the final world. In the final world, the number 1 clan was undoubtedly the Duan clan. The number 1 sect was the true inheritance of Miao Emperor, the only sect recognized by the final world. However, this sect was not a gathering place for martial artists, but for boundary masters. As for the number 1 dynasty, it was the Miao dynasty. This Miao Emperor's strength was just as Lin Ling had guessed. He was the number 1 god emperor in the 9 provinces. His strength shook the 9 provinces. He was also one of the 10 martial gods in the 9 provinces, known as Martial God Qingning. What? This Miao Emperor is also one of the 10 martial gods in the 9 provinces? This news shocked Lin Ling. He was keenly aware that the martial god realm was a huge barrier. Many people would spend their entire lives stuck at the martial god realm, such as the ninth god Eye and the ghost dragon god he had encountered in the Rainbow World. The martial gods were also divided into strong and weak. The strongest and most famous 10 were none other than the 10 great martial gods of the 9 provinces. And now, Miao Di was also one of the top 10 martial gods. It seems like the Miao Prefecture God Emperor is from a completely different world from the other 9 prefectures. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. Just the Flame Emperor of the Yen state alone could be dealt with by Lin Ling. However, against the Miao Emperor of the Miao state, even 100 Lin Lings wouldn't be a match for him. The gap between them was clear to see. The waters of the final world are very deep. Many people have powerful backgrounds, so in the final world, powerful martial artists don't dare to easily kill weak martial artists. This is because if you attack a weak martial artist today, an even more powerful martial artist will come to kill you tomorrow. So in the Miao Prefecture, strength is sometimes not the most important thing. Instead, one's background and relationships are sometimes the most important. Song Chiri explained. What he meant was that this Miao Di probably had a powerful background. Lin Ling had heard Song Chiri's words many times. Sometimes, relationships were more important than strength. The waters of the final world are indeed very deep. Even the new Heavenly Court and the Flying Dragon Organization know that I am in the final world, but they still don't dare to touch me. This shows that they are afraid of me. Lin Ling secretly said. The Fire Phoenix Palace followed the sky and quickly flew towards the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. In fact, the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty was one of the 36 main cities. However, it was the largest and most magnificent of all the main cities. Moreover, it also had an academy called the Miao Divine Academy, which was ranked at the top of the 36 academies. After a long time, when Lin Ling's group arrived at the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty, they were all attracted by the magnificence of the Divine Dynasty. Here, the tall buildings reached the sky. The style of the buildings was like that of a divine tower. The top of each tower was shining with a treasure light. The light was connected from end to end and covered the entire Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. This treasure light seemed to be a powerful defensive light shield, which could protect the entire Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty from attack. When Lin Ling's group landed, they immediately saw a large number of guards in silver armor walking back and forth. These guards were not weak. When they wore silver armor, they looked like the holy knights of God. When Lin Ling's group was about to enter the city, a guard shouted in a dignified manner. Song Chiri, the governor of Snow City, was invited by Miao Di to visit the Divine Dynasty. Song Chiri immediately said. Hearing this, the guards immediately looked up and down at Song Chiri's group. Then, as if they had confirmed something, the leader finally waved his hand. Song Chiri was one of the governors of the 36 main cities. Naturally, they did not dare to slight him. Song Chiri led Lin Ling's group into the main cities. After entering, Lin Ling's group found that the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty was much bigger than Snow City. Moreover, there were many experts, including martial ancestor realm experts. Of course, Lin Ling also saw many existences with 5th grade ultimate wild bodies. Although martial ancestor realm experts were rare, they were not rare in the final world. However, martial ancestor realm experts with 5th grade ultimate wild bodies were extremely rare. It could be said that martial ancestor realm experts with 5th grade ultimate wild bodies were the only ones that Lin Ling needed to be wary of. For him, such experts were the real martial ancestor realm experts. As expected of the imperial city under Miao Di, there are indeed many experts. Lin Ling said as he led Yu Yu and the others forward. Yes, if such people were placed in the 9 prefectures, they would be godlike existences. The final world is indeed the world of gods. There are so many experts. Yu Yu and the others also exclaimed. They felt that their horizons had been broadened. This way. The old woman was apparently not surprised. She led Lin Ling and the others forward. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the imperial palace of the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. Upon closer inspection, the imperial palace was also filled with countless divine beasts. The flowers and plants in the garden were all rare treasures of the 9 prefectures. The guards and maids in the imperial palace were all experts. Even the weakest one had a wild body. This imperial palace is one of the oldest imperial palaces in the 9 prefectures. In the past, this imperial palace was where the gods lived. The old woman also stared at the imperial palace and murmured, "No wonder this imperial palace always gives me a sacred and ancient feeling. I'm afraid this imperial palace is already alive." Lin Ling sensed a powerful aura from this ancient imperial palace. "Come in." The old woman nodded. She took out her identity jade token and greeted the guards. Then she led Lin Ling and the others into the imperial palace. The imperial palace was majestic and grand. There were people entering and leaving one after another. Today, Miao Di held a banquet and invited heroes from all over. That person over there must be the Supreme Battle Monarch. That's right. The Supreme Battle Monarch has lived in seclusion for 10,000 years. Those over there must be Marquis Pingbei's residence. Legend has it that this residence gave birth to 8 palace god sacred knights. "Look, that's the Grand Tutor's people." Along the way, voices of discussion could be heard. Chapter 35-26. Impudent. "Hey, that guy over there, if I'm not wrong, he should be the son of Devil, Lin Ling." The son of Devil Lin Ling? The enemy of the new heavenly court? I heard that he offended the Duan family? That's right, it's him. I didn't expect him to be qualified to come to the Miao Prefecture's divine palace. Suddenly, an old man looked at Lin Ling with a meaningful look in his eyes. Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so famous that someone would recognize him in the Miao Emperor's territory of the final world. However, he didn't pay much attention to it and led Yu Yu and the others into the palace. Inside the palace, immortal energy was faintly discernible. It didn't look like a palace in the mortal world, but more like a divine palace. Not only was it vast and majestic, but there were also many cheilants, divine tigers, and other beasts lying on the ground. It was majestic. Huge pillars were placed on the ground, supporting the entire palace. At this moment, a large number of people were standing in the palace, and their strength was monstrous. Lin Ling saw the new heavenly court, the Flying Dragon Organization, and other major forces of the 9 prefectures. However, in front of the experts of the final world, these major forces were much more low-key. Duke Taiping has arrived. Eastern Deity King has arrived. Not long after, loud voices rang out from time to time as more and more people walked into the palace. Son of Devil, Lin Ling has arrived. When someone announced Lin Ling's name, the vast palace was momentarily silent. It was obvious that many people were hearing this name for the first time, and their expressions were somewhat puzzled. As for those who had heard of Lin Ling's name, their eyes flickered as if they were extremely surprised. Lin Ling's expression was calm, neither arrogant nor humble. Miao Emperor has arrived. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly spread throughout the entire palace. Greetings, Miao Emperor. Everyone bowed slightly, and put their palms together. It was obvious that Miao Emperor's status was extremely high in the Miao Prefecture, and he could be called the #1 god. Except for those top experts, everyone who saw him was like seeing the Emperor. This was something that was impossible to see in the other 9 prefectures. In other words, the god emperors of the Miao Prefecture were not on the same level as the god emperors of the other 9 prefectures. Among the crowd, Lin Ling was also a little surprised. This was because he had not seen such a scene in many years. If he remembered correctly, when he was in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, when he met the second prince and the others, he also bowed like this. Later on, his Lin Ling's strength continuously grew stronger. The emperors he encountered, he did not place them in his eyes at all. Therefore, Lin Ling did not bow this time. He only cupped his fists slightly. Seeing him like this, Yu, Do Xianing, and the others also cupped their fists slightly without bowing. Although they were standing in a corner, Miaodi's power allowed him to see everything clearly. This must be the son of Devil Lin Ling. You're quite bold, daring to not salute me in the final world. Miao Di's eyes flickered as he secretly said, "In the final world, apart from the gods, everything else was his people, unless there was a special existence." Today, he wanted to see Lin Ling, and a large part of the reason was to see if Lin Ling was such a special existence. At this moment, many people noticed Lin Ling's actions and could not help but show a gloating smile. The son of devil, Lin Ling, is quite bold. Even our Duan clan has to salute him here. He actually wants to let things go by just cupping his fists. He's really bold. Don't worry, someone will teach him a lesson. Many people started whispering to each other. How dare you, City Lord of Snow City, Xianxia, not salute Miao Di when you see him today? How dare you, Lin Ling, the son of devil, defy the laws of the gods? You met the God Emperor in the Miao Prefecture Divine Palace but did not salute him. How dare you? After a moment of silence, someone finally spoke. The Grand Tutor. He was a highly respected figure in the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty who had met the God Emperor before. His identity and status were extremely high. He was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. He wore a gorgeous robe and his hair was neatly combed. He was full of majesty. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling, and the gloating smile on their faces deepened. However, Lin Ling had already expected this scene. He knew that someone would take this opportunity to suppress him. He immediately took a step forward and said, "Old man, who are you? Why do you say that I defy the laws of the gods and defy the laws of the gods? In my opinion, you are the one who is defying the laws of the gods." As soon as he said this, the entire divine palace suddenly fell silent. No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant that he dared to speak in front of the God Emperor. How impudent! Who gave him the courage? In my opinion, this kind of person who despises the majesty of the God Emperor should be beheaded in public. That's right. The Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty is the ultimate world of the 9 prefectures. If etiquette is abolished, how will others view the Miao Prefecture? After a moment of silence, many people pointed at Lin Ling and reprimanded him. It seemed that they wanted to behead Lin Ling in public. Seeing this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. He didn't know many of them, but he could roughly guess the origins of a few of them. One of them was the Flying Dragon Organization, another was the New Heavenly Court, and the last was the Duan clan. These 3 enemies couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die, so how could they give up this opportunity? Lin Ling smiled faintly and said slowly, "Bullshit. You said that this young master is looking down on the God's order, but I think you are the ones who are looking down on the God's order and ignoring Lord Miao Di. Lord Miao Di hasn't even spoken yet, so what are you talking about? Do you think you are Miao Di?" Nonsense. Hearing Lin Ling's words, those who accused Lin Ling immediately panicked. They were so angry that their teeth creaked. They had long heard of Lin Ling's sharp tongue. Today, they saw that it was indeed as sharp as the rumors said. Presumptuous. The Divine Emperor's Great Hall is majestic and sacred. It's fine if you don't salute and defy the Divine Emperor, but you even call yourself a young master. Do you still have any respect for the Divine Emperor? At this time, another person reprimanded Lin Ling. It seemed that he was a member of the Duan clan. "Don't bullshit me. I will call myself whatever I want. If you don't agree, then get lost. Also, you said that I don't have any respect for the Divine Emperor. What a joke. The Divine Emperor is in your heart. What's the use of having him in your heart? Could it be that in your heart, the Divine Emperor is only barely worthy of your attention?" Lin Ling sneered again and looked at the person who spoke. The entire Divine Palace immediately quieted down. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. In front of the Divine Emperor, he called himself a young master. That was fine, but he was so reasonable. Did he think that the Divine Palace of Miao Zhou belonged to his family? Moreover, the seniors of the Duan clan and the Grand Tutor were all being scolded by him. This son of Devil Lin Ling was too arrogant. "Xianxia, don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Right at this moment, Miao Di, who'd remained silent until now, finally spoke. Chapter 35-27. Trial Taker. However, everyone could see that Emperor Miao was angry. If Emperor Miao was angry, then Lin Ling was dead meat. For a moment, the Grand Tutor, the Duan family, and the others were silent. They sneered and wanted to see how Lin Ling would face the upcoming situation. Emperor Miao. At this moment, Song Chiri looked at the Emperor God and was about to speak. Lord Song, let me do it. However, Lin Ling spoke before him and stepped forward. He looked at Emperor Miao in the silver light and was secretly surprised. With his demon eyes of all things, he could not see through Emperor Miao's strength. This Emperor God of the final world was extraordinary. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of him. He put one hand behind his back and a jade token appeared in his right hand. Then, he reached out with his left hand and gently wrote a few words on the jade token. Then, he threw the jade token to Emperor Miao. Everyone looked at Lin Ling's actions and was confused for a moment. However, the experts of the Duan family sneered. Lin Ling had angered Emperor Miao. Did he think that he could fool him by writing a few words? In his dreams. In fact, even Emperor Miao thought so. He snorted and took Lin Ling's jade token and glanced at it casually. In the next moment, his dignified face quietly changed. Furthermore, he raised his head to look at Lin Ling, his brows tightly knitted together. As the #1 Emperor God of the final world, he had been used to being unfazed even if the sky fell. Even the great divine demon war could not move him in the slightest. However, the 3 words on Lin Ling's jade token caused waves in his heart. The people around were also staring at Emperor Miao. After seeing Emperor Miao's expression, many immediately felt that something was wrong. What was written on the jade token? Why did Emperor Miao have such a reaction? You are a trial taker. Emperor Miao ignored everyone's doubts and looked at Lin Ling solemnly. It's written clearly on the jade token. Unless Emperor Miao can't read. Lin Ling replied calmly. How is that possible? Hearing this, Emperor Miao's expression changed again. He stared at Lin Ling as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. Do you think I dare to use the name of a trial taker? Hearing this, Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Miao Di's heart finally let out a roar as he looked at Lin Ling with a hint of awe. Others might not know what a trial taker was, but as Miao Di, he naturally knew what a trial taker represented. It represented the trial takers of God. Takers of the trial takers, takers of the God of gods Miao. Emperor Miao Miao, Miao Miao, Miao Miao, Miao, Emperor Miao's Miao God. God Miao. Emperor Miao's heart continued to rumble as he gripped the jade token. A moment later, he looked at Lin Ling and smiled. There were many misunderstandings before. I hope Your Excellency Lin Ling doesn't mind. Boom. As soon as these words fell, everyone in the palace felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Miao Di actually told Lin Ling not to care? Lin Ling was so lawless that it wouldn't be too much to kill him. However, not only did Emperor Miao not convict Lin Ling, he even apologized to Lin Ling? For a moment, everyone had their own thoughts. Some people began to speculate in their hearts. Some people were still confused. Some of them had heard of trial takers before, so they looked at Lin Ling with awe. Earlier, some people acted lawlessly and thought that they were Emperor Miao. Emperor Miao didn't even have to say anything and he already wanted to convict me. Does this count as looking down on the laws of the gods? At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly opened his mouth and stared at the Grand Tutor. What nonsense are you talking about? The Grand Tutor's face turned angry. A mere Lin Ling dared to bite back at him. He was too bold. What I said is obvious to everyone. Could it be that some big shot thinks he's in a high position, so he's lying through his teeth and is determined not to plead guilty? Lin Ling said again. Your Majesty, don't listen to this child's nonsense. I have always been loyal to Your Majesty and have never had the thought of offending my superiors. The Grand Tutor ignored Lin Ling and looked at Emperor Miao instead. He didn't believe that Emperor Miao would help a mere Lin Ling. Because everyone knew that Lin Ling was putting a hat on him and saying some groundless accusations. Therefore, unless Emperor Miao was stupid, he would never believe Lin Ling's words. However, he looked at Emperor Miao expectantly, but Emperor Miao frowned and didn't speak. This time, the Grand Tutor finally realized that something was wrong. Everyone's eyes narrowed. From this point, it could be seen that Emperor Miao was going to help Lin Ling. The trial taker's power was truly extraordinary. It made Emperor Miao openly help an outsider, And if Emperor Miao were to help Lin Ling, then those who wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson would all suffer at this moment. In fact, Emperor Miao was now riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He naturally didn't want to make things difficult for his own people. However, Lin Ling was a trial taker, and it was unknown which god's trial taker was. If it was a tyrannical god, then Emperor Miao wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, Emperor Miao was in a dilemma. He wanted to help but didn't dare to. Deceiving the masses with your lies. Lin Ling, do you dare to take the test of the golden light? If you can pass the test of the golden light, then it proves that you are sincere to Miao Emperor. We have slandered you before, but if you can't, then it means that you are deceiving the masses with your lies and attempting to pollute the sky of Miao Prefecture. At this moment, a stern voice suddenly rang out. Then a young man walked out. This young man was wearing black armor. He had a dragon on his left shoulder and a tiger on his right. He was tall and sturdy. He stood there quietly with an awe-inspiring divine aura. This person's name was Huangfu Yael. He was the son of the Grand Tutor and an expert of Miao Prefecture's Xianxia Hall. And for the sake of fairness, I will take the test of the golden light with you. Let's see who falls first. The one who falls first means that his heart isn't sincere enough. How about it? After Huangfu Yael walked out, he immediately looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said, "Golden light with the golden light?" Everyone immediately began to discuss. The so-called golden light with the golden light was a divine light left behind by a war god in Miao Prefecture. This war god was once wronged by Emperor Miao. He was unwilling to be wronged, so he used his death to wash away his crime. After his death, he left the golden light with the golden light. It was said that as long as one could withstand the golden light, they would be sincere to Emperor Miao. The golden light became the symbol of sincerity in Miao Prefecture's divine dynasty. Golden light with the golden light. Song Chiri was stunned. Then he quickly reacted and shook his head, saying, "Lin Ling, you can't. If you refuse, it means that what you did before was slander. Slandering a meritorious official in Miao Prefecture's divine dynasty, you should be punished." However, Huangfu Yael immediately shouted angrily. He wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Lin Ling. He wanted to send Lin Ling to the 18th level of hell. "You're really thick-skinned. I can see that you're also an advanced martial ancestor with a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. If you compare the golden light with Lin Ling, you'll definitely last longer than him. At that time, you'll also say that you're more sincere than Lin Ling." Chapter 35-28. Luo Wen Golden Light. A glint flashed across Huangfu Yael's eyes when he heard Huang Xiaolong's words. In fact, he was planning to use his strength to suppress Lin Ling and force Lin Ling to lose to him. However, since things had already progressed to this point, he didn't mind and smiled. There has to be a winner in everything. Unless you, Lin Ling, admit that you're slandering us, then we'll drop this matter. It was obvious that he was trying to force Lin Ling into a battle. Seeing this, the old woman wanted to refuse on behalf of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling suddenly laughed and said, "Luo Wen Golden Light, a divine light that tests one's sincerity. Interesting, I'll also bet with you, let's see who's lying." "You've got guts." Huangfu Yael was stunned for a moment, then he revealed an excited smile. Lin Ling actually dared to compete with him. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Even Miao Di was stunned. He didn't understand why Lin Ling would agree. The so-called Luo Wen Golden Light not only tested one's sincerity, but it also tested one's talent. If one's talent wasn't strong enough, they would be easily injured by the Luo Wen Golden Light. The reason why Huangfu Yael dared to compete with Lin Ling wasn't because of his sincerity, but because Huangfu Yidao was stronger than Lin Ling. Huangfu Yael, Miaoshan Institute's God Ranking Lists expert, with the title of God's Emissary, ranked 362nd. The others also looked at Huangfu Yael solemnly. God Ranking List. This was a ranking list that recorded all the experts in the 36 institute's God Ranking Halls. It was said that even the God Ranking Hall's #1 disciple might not be able to enter the God Ranking list. Only those who were ranked among the top and had the title of God's Emissary could enter the God Ranking list. And Huangfu Yael was one of them. Open the divine light. Grand Elder Fu was afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his word, thus he immediately shouted. Someone took out a huge jade bottle. This jade bottle was 2 meters tall, and it was sparkling and translucent. It looked extremely extraordinary, and there was an incantation on the jade bottle. Someone chanted the incantation, and the jade bottle suddenly floated up. A divine light shot out from the mouth of the jade bottle and enveloped Huang Fuyao and Lin Ling. This was the Luo pattern golden light. It was a strand of divine light left behind by the death of a war god. And Luo Feng's body's qi appeared. Lin Ling's eyes, his body's strength, soul, and realm essence, his body, his physical strength, his soul, and his realm essence, they were all suppressed. The only thing that could withstand this divine light was talent. Of course, when Miao Di, but Miao Di was Miao Miao Miao, Miao 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 Di. However, Lin Ling believed that Huang Fuyao wasn't the same as well. Huang Fuyao was merely relying on Lin Ling's higher talent and cultivation base. Lin Ling, you've lost for sure. Huang Fuyao was enveloped by the divine light and also felt the enormous pressure. However, he believed that Lin Ling was under greater pressure than him. What he needed to do now was to see Lin Ling lose faster than him. He didn't know that Lin Ling dared to experience the divine light's tempering because he had the dragon pearl. Lin Ling planned to borrow the pressure of the Luo Wen golden light to refine the dragon pearl and greatly improve his dragon god bloodline. The Luo Wen golden light didn't care about realm essence. What it cared about was talent, so it was just right to stimulate the dragon pearl. As time passed, the pressure on the two became greater and greater. Suddenly, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was illuminated by the golden light and showed signs of being corroded. This made Yu and company shout anxiously. However, the old woman stopped them. Lin Ling had already agreed to the match, so no one could disturb Lin Ling. She could only hope that Lin Ling could last longer under the Luo Wen golden light. Lin Ling, where's your sincere heart? Huang Fuyao could not help but laugh out loud when he saw Lin Ling injured. He was extremely happy because Lin Ling had agreed to compete with him. He was simply courting death. As long as he defeated Lin Ling, he would receive his father's reward and become famous in the final world. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was too easy for Huang Fuyao. However, as time passed, Huang Fuyao began to feel the pressure. He only had a 5th grade ultimate desolate body, so he could not ignore the Luo Wen golden light. Fall, trash, quickly fall for me. Of course, Huang Fuyao believed that Lin Ling would fall faster than him. And in fact, Lin Ling had spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked extremely dispirited. At this moment, no one believed that Lin Ling could continue. Perhaps in the next moment, Lin Ling would be defeated. Only Lin Ling sensed that under the envelopment of the divine light, his dragon god bloodline was rapidly improving. The dragon pearl was also rapidly being refined. It was as if there was a dragon roaring in his body. The heavenly dragon's bone and the supreme nether wind dragon's talent were advancing towards 2nd grade at the same time. As for the space-time divine steel, it was kept by Lin Ling. This was because if he used it, the pressure Lin Ling would experience would be greatly reduced. However, this was not what Lin Ling wanted to see. This was because Lin Ling needed this pressure. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was corroded with thousands of holes. It was too horrible to look at. The surrounding people fell silent. In the beginning, they were all watching a good show. However, they gradually realized that Lin Ling had actually held on for so long. Was all this to prove his sincerity? Even if Lin Ling was a trash, he was still a trash worthy of respect. He was indomitable, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. When they looked at Huang Fuyao again, his entire body had begun to tremble. His pupils were constantly flickering, as if he could not believe that Lin Ling had not fallen yet. One had to know that his cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, and his talent was stronger than Lin Ling's. He was also an expert on the divine list. How could he lose to a mere Lin Ling? Could it be that Lin Ling really had a heart of sincerity? No, this was impossible. For a time, Huang Fuyao was slightly dazed. Most importantly, he noticed that it was becoming more and more difficult for him to resist the divine light. On the other hand, Lin Ling seemed to be becoming more and more spirited. Every time it seemed like he was about to fall, every time he was drenched in blood, he would become stronger the next time. His sincerity was stronger than gold. Fall. Why aren't you falling? Huang Fuyao watched as Lin Ling fell yet didn't fall, and he started to panic in his heart. He'd never imagined that a junior at the Saint Realm would be so terrifying. When they looked at the surroundings again, many people were cheering for Lin Ling in secret. They were truly shocked by Lin Ling's perseverance. Unfortunately, none of them noticed that the pressure the golden light was exerting on Lin Ling was becoming smaller and smaller. Because Lin Ling's dragon god's natural talent was ceaselessly being stimulated, and it was becoming stronger and stronger. Pooh! Right at this moment, Huang Fuyao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression became dispirited. What? Huang Fuyao seems to be unable to hold on any longer. How did the situation become like this? After all, it was Lin Ling who couldn't hold on in the beginning. My God! If this continues, then Huang Fuyao will definitely lose. Chapter 35-29. Defeat. Persevere. You have to persevere. At this moment, Huang Fuyao's mind was buzzing. He constantly shouted at himself, but the divine light's power was constantly destroying him. He knew that he could not last much longer. However, he could not understand why Lin Ling was able to persevere longer than him. How could he have known that Lin Ling was suppressing the space-time divine steel? Otherwise, the pressure Lin Ling had to endure would be even smaller. If Huang Fuidao knew this, he would probably vomit blood and suffer defeat on the spot. Because if he tried to compete with Lin Ling in terms of natural talent, then he would simply be smashing his own foot with a rock. But now, he was not far from defeat. Pwah! After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Huang Fuidao could not withstand the divine light's corrosion. He rushed out from under the water bottle. The moment he rushed out, the entire palace was in an uproar. Huang Fuidao had lost. How is this possible? Grand Tutor Yi was the first to exclaim. His son was an expert that had entered the god role. He had a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. How could he lose to Lin Ling, who was at the Sage Realm, in a competition of the rivet pattern golden light? Taking a step back, even if Lin Ling had a 5th grade ultimate desolate body, he could not last longer than his son. Could it be that the son of demon Lin Ling has a sincere heart and is loyal to the Archmeow? More people shook their heads. The rivet pattern golden light was a divine light left behind by the rivet pattern battle god. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the rivet pattern battle god's life's work. To withstand the rivet pattern golden light, one had to have a sincere heart. 2, one had to have a powerful ultimate desolate body. However, even a 5th grade ultimate desolate body would not last long. Hence, for Lin Ling to win, his ultimate desolate body had to be above the 5th grade. Other than that, it also required Lin Ling's sincere heart. The entire palace fell silent. The Duan family, the new heavenly courts, the Archmeow's true teachings, the various dukes and marquises were all looking at Lin Ling, the son of demon Lin Ling. This moment was clearly engraved in their minds. One had to know that in the final world, there were countless experts. There were very few people who could enter the hearts of the various experts. But now, the son of demon had succeeded. This meant that the son of demon, Lin Ling, had a growth potential that even they feared. At this moment, Huang Fuyao was still coughing up blood. Because he was forcefully enduring the Luo when golden light, he'd already suffered heavy injuries. His gaze was also fixated on Lin Ling, only to see that Lin Ling was still enveloped by the divine light. Compared to Huang Fuyao, not only was Lin Ling not injured, he was even holding on for a longer time. This scene undoubtedly caused Huang Fuyao to spit out another mouthful of blood, and he shook his head without end as if he was utterly unable to accept reality. He did not know that under the overbearing shine of the Luo pattern golden light, Lin Ling's dragon god talents were all activated. Both of them reached the 2nd stage. The power of the dragon orb completely disappeared. That led to the world-swallowing beast talents being activated and the time and space tablet being activated. Therefore, Lin Ling was definitely holding on for a longer time than Huang Fuyao. Lin Ling was even sensing the changes in his body. He realized that the dragon scales hidden in his body were beginning to peel off, and a new dragon scales were growing. However, this was clearly not a good place to change the scales. Therefore, Lin Ling suppressed the changes. Then he slowly walked out of the luo pattern golden light. The moment he walked out, a powerful aura filled the air, and his cultivation of the 8th stage of the Sage Realm became even more stable. Lin Ling is clearly in the Sage Realm, but why is his boundary essence so dense? It's comparable to the early stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm. How strange, how strange. Could his talent be able to increase the power of his boundary essence? Perhaps he has a treasure on him that can store boundary essence. Sensing Lin Ling's aura, the various experts began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back, and the aura on his body began to converge. He walked step by step toward Huang Fuyao, and as he walked, the injuries on his body began to heal. The speed of his recovery was much faster than Huang Fuyao's. Huang Fuyao's body trembled, and his face was filled with dispiritedness. He gritted his teeth and finally said, "I lost." He could not understand why an expert on the divine ranking like him would lose to a junior in the Sage Realm. Until now, he still did not know how Lin Ling had won. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. Instead, he slowly lifted his foot and placed it on Huang Fuyao's head. "What are you trying to do? Don't go overboard." Huang Fuyao was instantly enraged. He could guess what Lin Ling was trying to do. Lin Ling definitely wanted to trample on him. How dare he? Although Huang Fuyao had lost, they had only competed with the luo pattern golden light. Did Lin Ling think that he was stronger than him? The Grand Tutor was also furious. However, since Emperor Miao did not say a word, he naturally did not dare to say a word. Overboard? Lin Ling's foot was still lifted, and he looked down at Huang Fuyao. "You're just a late-stage martial ancestor, and I'm just a late-stage Sage Realm expert. Don't you think that you're overboard when you compete with me? Now that you've lost, you're no match for him, so stop talking nonsense." After he finished speaking, Lin Ling's foot landed on Huang Fuyao's shoulder, and a powerful force pressed down on him. If it was before, Lin Ling would not have been able to hurt Huang Fuyao. However, Huang Fuyao had already been injured by the luo pattern golden light, and since he was weaker, he did not dare to resist. Plop! He was instantly trampled to the ground by Lin Ling. His face smashed into the ground, and he felt a sharp pain. Of course, he felt even more humiliated. Huang Fuyao, the son of the Grand Tutor and an expert on the divine ranking, had been trampled on in front of so many people. How could he face others in the future? Most importantly, the person who had trampled on him was only a Sage Realm expert. At this moment, the divine hall was completely silent. All the experts frowned. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, to trample on Huang Fuyao's face in front of so many people. Most importantly, Emperor Miao did not speak up for such an arrogant act. This meant that Emperor Miao had high hopes for Lin Ling's potential, so he was giving Lin Ling face. However, Lin Ling's potential was not simple. If he was already so powerful at the Sage Realm, how powerful would he be when he reached the Martial Ancestor Realm? They had a feeling that when Lin Ling reached the Martial Ancestor Realm, Lin Ling's name would definitely spread in the final world. Currently, Lin Ling was just starting to make a name for himself in the final world. Son of the devil Lin Ling, you'll regret this. At this moment, Huang Fuyao was still being trampled on by Lin Ling, but he still spoke with a venomous tone. This was because today was a humiliation that he would never be able to wash away. Is that so? Lin Ling immediately smiled faintly. This kind of threat is useless against me. Moreover, you can see that I'm more sincere than you under the luo when golden light. Therefore, you were slandering me before. Now, you'd better beg for mercy. I also like to hear an expert on the divine ranking like you begging for mercy. Otherwise, I don't mind trampling on you and embarrassing you. Huang Fuyao was so angry that his nose became crooked. Not only did Lin Ling trample on him, he even wanted him to beg for mercy. Lin Ling. That Grand Tutor Yi was also very angry. Chapter 35:30. Long talk. Not going to beg for mercy? Sure, I'll keep stepping on your face. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't itch, and you're not tired. Lin Ling spoke again. Whether it was in the final world or in the 9 continents, Lin Ling's character was to treat others the way they treated him. The Grand Tutor and his son had no enmity with him, but they wanted to bully him. Lin Ling would definitely return the favor tenfold if he had the chance. You're going too far. Huang Fuyao laughed in anger when he heard Lin Ling's words. It was true that being stepped on by Lin Ling didn't hurt or itch, and he wasn't tired, but was it a matter of tiredness? It was a matter of face. I've lost. Lord Lin Ling, please forgive me. Huang Fuyao couldn't help but blurt out. What are you talking about? You're too soft, I can't hear you. Lin Ling continued to step on Huang Fuyao's foot as he chuckled lightly. Huang Fuyao's body trembled as he roared, I'm sorry, I've lost. I was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned your sincerity. Please forgive me. Huang Fuyao's body deflated as soon as he finished speaking. His dignity, character, and shame shrouded Huang Fuyao's heart, making him feel like he was about to collapse. Since that's the case, let's forget about this matter. However, you should be glad that you met me. I'm an easy person to talk to. If it was someone else, it might not be the same. Only then did Lin Ling slowly retract his foot. Easy to talk to? Everyone in the deity's Templar was dumbfounded. Stepping on the Grand Tutor's son's face in front of him was considered easy to talk to? When Huang Fuyao heard Lin Ling's words, he felt a sweetness in his throat and almost fainted from anger. The Grand Tutor's body trembled as he gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. All right, it's time for this matter to end. At this time, Miao Di spoke up to smooth things over for the Grand Tutor. Everyone immediately understood and changed the topic. After a long time, this grand gathering of the world's big shots finally came to an end. The various experts also left one after another. The Duan clan and the experts of the new heavenly court looked deeply at Lin Ling, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Today's events told them that Lin Ling had a strong backer in the final world. Even Miao Di had to give face to Lin Ling. In truth, the experts of the new heavenly court had already guessed it, but they didn't expect Lin Ling's backing to be so strong. After everyone left, Miao Di looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, Little friend Lin Ling, it's rare for you to come here, why don't you stay as a guest? Since Miao Di had spoken, this brat was naturally eager. Lin Ling didn't reject Emperor Miao. It was better to know another expert than to offend one. That night, Miao Di called Lin Ling and the others to wake up. Moreover, at Miao Di's residence, Miao Di removed her mask. Lin Ling and the others discovered that Miao Di was actually a woman, a beautiful woman. This surprised Lin Ling and the others. They never thought that martial god Qin Ning, one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 continents, was actually a woman. Miao Di wasn't surprised by Lin Ling and the others' surprise. She had people prepare delicious food to entertain Lin Ling and the others. I wonder which god's trial taker is little friend Lin Ling? After a round of wine and food, Miao Di asked with a smile. Lin Ling immediately looked at the old woman and the others, then smiled and said, Lei Gong. It's actually him. Miao Di's expression clearly changed, with a hint of dread. Although she was the #1 god emperor in the final world, there was still a god's world above the final world. This god's world was very close to the final world. It could be said that Miao Di was working under the eyes of a god. After knowing that Lin Ling was Lei Gong's trial taker, Miao Di's attitude towards Lin Ling became even more polite. As the god emperor of the final world, Miao Di should have seen other trial takers. Lin Ling was curious about the other trial takers, so he asked in passing. Miao Di immediately nodded. I was fortunate enough to see one a few years ago. However, trial takers of the divine trial takers are all people with extraordinary potential. They naturally have their reasons for being chosen by a god. Sir Lin Ling, as one of the trial takers of the divine trial takers, your future potential is limitless. If your name shakes the 9 continents in the future, I hope you can give this old woman, Miao Di, some face. Miao Di's words are too serious. Who can be sure about the future? At least in the final world, there are many people stronger than me, so I don't dare to think too far ahead. I just want to take one step at a time and slowly become stronger. Lin Ling immediately smiled politely. It's best that little friend Lin Ling thinks this way because many geniuses became trial takers and lost in the first round because of their arrogance. They thought that as trial takers, they would definitely be outstanding in the future. This mentality caused them to fail the trial mission and eventually become unknown. Miao Di nodded in appreciation. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much about the trial takers. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Senior Miao Di, as one of the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods, you should have seen Luli Empress, right? Luli Empress was also one of the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods and was Lin Ling's biggest enemy, so he was naturally curious about how far Tian Lioli had gone. However, when Tian Lioli was mentioned, Miao Di's expression changed. Luli Empress, a rare genius in the 9 continents, of course I have seen her. This Luli Empress is indeed powerful. She has only grown for a short period of time, but her strength is one of the strongest among the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods. Moreover, her cultivation realm is also the lowest, but her strength can only be described as terrifying. It's a pity that I have only seen her and have never seen her fight. Otherwise, I would have seen how powerful this Luli Empress is. Miao Di sighed. Lin Ling's eyes instantly flickered when he heard this. Tian Lioli had obtained Li Xiaoyao's true inheritance and knew the primal chaos divine technique as well. So, how could her combat strength be weak? Fortunately, Li Xiaoyao hadn't revealed the cultivation method for the next few levels of the primal chaos divine technique. Otherwise, Tian Lioli would have opened up her 9 dantians, and he, Lin Ling, would have no hope of taking revenge. By the way, she was also one of the trial takers. At this time, Miao Di said again. This news undoubtedly surprised Lin Ling. He never thought that Luli Empress was also one of the trial takers. However, I don't know if she has completed her trial mission. I only know that she has a high reputation among the trial takers. Miao Di said again. It seems that among the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods, she is not the only one who is a trial taker. There should be others. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Until now, he still didn't know what kind of reward would be obtained after completing all the trial missions. However, he was certain that each trial taker was not simple, especially those who could reach the end. They could already meet the gods. Well, Lin Ling, it's rare for you to be a guest. Let's not talk about this. Next, Miao Di and Lin Ling chatted with each other. That night, Lin Ling stayed in Miao Di's divine palace. The divine palace had many precious places that were very suitable for cultivation. Therefore, Lin Ling and Yu separated and each chose a place to cultivate. Chapter 35-31. Slaughter had appeared. This land of treasures was extremely ancient and had dense spiritual energy. Just like Lin Ling's courtyard, there was an ancient spiritual marrow under the treasures. Lin Ling was inside and he could feel his talent slowly increasing. His cultivation level was also increasing. Out of the 5 dantians, the largest dantian was approaching the 9th stage of the Saint Realm. However, Lin Ling's cultivation was focused on the dragon god talent. Kakaka. He sat cross-legged as large amounts of scales appeared on his body. They were extremely hard and emitted a glow. The dragon aura was extremely dense. However, at this moment, the scales were falling off. Every time a piece fell off, Lin Ling would inhale in pain. Of course, as the old scales fell off, new scales were slowly growing. Currently, Lin Ling's Sky Dragon Bone and Great Nether Wind Dragon talent had both reached the 2nd grade. It was the same as the Realm-Swallowing Beast talent. His body strength had reached the power of 6,000 worlds. His speed had reached the speed of 600 worlds. And this was before the talents were fused. If the talents were fused, his strength would reach the power of 8,000 worlds. His speed would reach the terrifying speed of 800 worlds. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Ling's gentle punch was comparable to the power of 8,000 worlds. And in a breath, Lin Ling could instantly traverse 800 worlds. This speed had greatly exceeded the speed of the space-time divine steel. At this point, the space-time divine steel was less useful to Lin Ling. This also meant that there was a difference between a powerful talent and an ordinary talent. A powerful talent had greater potential. I never expected this to be a blessing in disguise. With the help of the Luo pattern golden light, I was able to refine the dragon pearl. Otherwise, it would have taken me a long time to refine it. Lin Ling watched the scales fall off one by one, then nodded in satisfaction. Currently, his 3 strongest talents were all at the 2nd grade. Perhaps one-on-one, these talents were not comparable to a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. However, when combined, it was terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling also had the 5th grade divine steel of time and space. With all these methods added together, Lin Ling's strength had more than doubled compared to before. The power of the dragon bone has increased, so has the power of the great solar calamity bow. Furthermore, the last arrow of the great solar calamity bow will probably be able to touch the threshold. Lin Ling gathered the dragon bones in his body, and a 5-meter-long bow appeared in his hand. Sensing the ancient power of the bow, Lin Ling's smile deepened. However, when Lin Ling wanted to cultivate the last bow, his dragon god talent was still a bit weaker. In the end, he still couldn't cultivate it. On the other hand, Lin Ling had a feeling that the final bow was one with the bow, the dragon transforming into the bow, and the bow transforming into the human. Perhaps at that time, the great solar calamity bow would no longer be 5 meters long, but 10 meters, or even more than 10 meters long. Since he could not cultivate the dragon bow, Lin Ling cast his gaze on the Windrain Myriad World technique. It was left behind by Xiao Yu's grandfather, and it had absolute speed enhancement. And now Lin Ling had cultivated it to the 10,000 technique stage, so he could increase his speed by about 100 worlds. I never expected that the Windrain Myriad World technique is also a martial art that cultivates the power of ancestors. Lin Ling constantly sensed the Windrain Myriad World technique. In his mind, scenes of strong winds, torrential rain, and myriad worlds were constantly exchanged. Around him, strong winds began to blow, blowing up countless rocks around him. Furthermore, a drizzling rain gradually appeared, and it became heavier and heavier, turning into a torrential rain. And this wind and rain passed through the myriad worlds and bathed them. This was a terrifying speed. A drop of rain or a gust of wind could travel from the east to the north. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. It was as if he had just returned from the north, and his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. This Windrain Myriad World technique is truly difficult to comprehend. It seems that it will take some time to reach the world technique stage. Lin Ling shook his head. This time, his comprehension speed did not increase by much, so for the time being, he would not bitterly cultivate the Windrain Myriad World technique. As for the Illusion God True Inheritance, Lin Ling had already cultivated it to the Illusion God World stage, so there was no need to continue cultivating it. As long as Lin Ling's soul force increased, the Illusion God True Inheritance would become even stronger. Lin Ling sensed his strongest technique, and his gaze finally fell on the sword hilt. Currently, the sword hilt possessed the strongest power of ancestors. However, this power of ancestors needed to be constantly stimulated, and Lin Ling could only stimulate 30% of the power of ancestors. However, one should not underestimate this 30% power of ancestors. Its strength was much greater than ordinary power of ancestors. This was because this was the rank of demonic swords, and it was once the demonic sword of a god. God Emperor Zhang once said that if I want to stimulate more power of ancestors, I must obtain the approval of the sword hilt. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword with both hands, and his eyes slowly closed. At the same time, a dense killing intent rushed into Lin Ling's mind. At this moment, Lin Ling's hair stood on end, and quietly turned red. It was as if a sea urchin was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was extremely terrifying. What a powerful killing intent! Lin Ling's mind rumbled. In his mind, a world of slaughter appeared. A sword, a figure from the era of gods, slaughtering the world. The entire world was filled with bloody light, demonic energy surged, and killing intent rippled. With a slash of the sword, millions of lives fell. Ah! Lin Ling seemed to be in a world of slaughter. He roared towards the sky, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. There was only killing in his heart. He wanted to stop killing with killing and slaughter the world. However, when he was enveloped by the killing intent, Lin Ling did not completely lose his mind. He knew that he could not be controlled by the killing intent. Otherwise, he would turn into an ancient killing demon. However, this wisp of reason and calmness was quickly drowned by the killing intent. It was like a sea of blood that gradually drowned Lin Ling's body. Rumble! A terrifying killing intent suddenly soared into the sky from the treasure land, and Emperor Miao's divine hall began to tremble. Many experts immediately felt a chill run down their bodies. They all looked up at the sky and muttered to themselves, "What a terrifying killing intent." Not good. At this moment, a sharp shout suddenly sounded. Cool rain suddenly sprinkled from the sky, as if a downpour was extinguishing the billowing flames. In the sky above Emperor Miao's divine hall, a figure stood there solemnly. It was Emperor Miao. Her gaze was fixed on a corner of the divine hall, and her face was filled with seriousness. Then she opened her hands, and wisps of mysterious energy turned into spring rain that sprinkled throughout the divine hall. This spring rain was extremely cold. After it fell to the ground, it immediately triggered a sizzling sound, like the sound of water dripping into flames. Amidst the billowing murderous aura, the frenzied killing intent in Lin Ling's body gradually weakened. His blood-red hair gradually drifted down and stuck to his shoulders. His blood-red eyes gradually regained their calmness. The flames of killing intent on his body gradually extinguished. Buzz. Buzz. Chapter 35-32. 40% of Ancestors' Power. Seeing this, Empress Miao heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the old woman and Xianxia appeared beside her. They were shocked and did not understand what had happened. It's murderous aura. I don't know what ancient item Lin Ling has activated to make the murderous aura so strong. Fortunately, this is my temple and I can suppress the murderous aura. If it was elsewhere, the consequences would be unimaginable. Empress Miao looked at the old woman and Xianxia and said, "Murderous aura?" It seems to be the sword hilt on Lin Ling's body. This sword hilt is so extraordinary that even I can't see through it. I didn't expect it to hide such a strong murderous aura. The old woman and Xianxia looked at each other with deep fear in their eyes. Because the murderous aura was so strong that even they felt scared. They could not understand why Lin Ling would carry such a murderous sword with him. However, the murderous aura has already subsided. He should be fine now. Fortunately, he happened to be in my territory this time. Otherwise, he might not be so lucky next time. You guys better remind him that if there's nothing wrong with that sword, it's best to use it less. Empress Miao said to the old woman and the others. The old woman and the others nodded immediately. At this moment, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged. His forehead was full of sweat. Although the murderous aura had subsided, the impact of the murderous aura still scared him. Because he did not expect that when he communicated with the scabbard, there would be such a terrifying murderous aura. After Emperor God Zhanggang unlocked the power of the scabbard for him, Lin Ling had tried to communicate with the scabbard. However, at that time, there was no such terrifying murderous aura. It could only be said that the power left in the scabbard by Emperor God Zhanggang gradually disappeared, and the scabbard regained its former ferocity. This sword is worthy of being called a double-edged sword. Fortunately, there was a powerful force that attacked the scabbard and protected me from being drowned by the murderous aura. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Ling secretly felt lucky. He guessed that it was Empress Miao who had helped him. Only Empress Miao had the power to suppress the scabbard. Perhaps even the old woman and city lord Song could not do it. This made him even more cautious of the scabbard. 40% of the ancestral power. After that, Lin Ling picked up the scabbard and discovered that he could easily utilize 40% of the ancestral power in the scabbard. This was a pleasant surprise. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and cultivated. After a full 3 days, he finally stood up. As soon as he left the cultivation treasure land, Lin Ling saw the old woman and the others waiting outside. When they saw him, they all let out sighs of relief. "Lin Ling, how are you?" The old woman took the initiative to ask. Looking at her appearance, she seemed to be quite frightened by Lin Ling. "Thank you for your concerns, senior, but I'm fine now." Lin Ling hurriedly bowed slightly to the old woman, and his heart warmed because he realized that the old woman's concern came from the bottom of her heart. "Brother Ling." "Young master." Yu Yu and the others also learned about Lin Ling's situation from the old woman and the others. Now that they saw Lin Ling come out safe and sound, they were all relieved. They did not expect that Lin Ling would not be killed by the new Heavenly Court's experts but almost be killed by the scabbard. "It's fine. It's just a small matter." Lin Ling did not want Yu Yu and the others to worry, so he did not mind and smiled. However, the simpler Lin Ling made it sound, the more dangerous Yu Yu and the others felt. "It's good that you can come out safely." At this time, Empress Miao also appeared. She had a kind smile on her face, but when her gaze fell on the scabbard behind Lin Ling, the depths of her eyes were extremely solemn. This was because the killing intent of the scabbard was so dense that it was the first time she had encountered it. She guessed that the scabbard was a treasure left behind from the era of gods. "Thank you for your help, senior," Lin Ling said gratefully to Empress Miao because she was the first to notice the killing intent of the scabbard. If it were not for her, Lin Ling would have been drowned by the killing intent. "It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." Empress Miao smiled and waved her hand. However, she could see that after this incident, Lin Ling had changed his view of her and was no longer a stranger. This was also what Empress Miao wanted to see because Lin Ling was a trial taker with extraordinary potential in the future. Befriending him today would definitely be beneficial in the future. And this was indeed the case. Lin Ling remembered Empress Miao's kindness in his heart. He was not pretentious and only said solemnly, "Thank you for your help, senior. If you need my help in the future, please feel free to say so." Empress Miao had been waiting for this sentence. After hearing Lin Ling's words, she smiled even more happily. After everyone chatted for a while, Lin Ling finally brought the old woman and the others back to Snow-Blowing City. This trip to the Divine Imperial Court had benefited Lin Ling greatly. Not only had his strength greatly increased, but he had also befriended Empress Miao. One must know that in the final world, strength was the key, but sometimes relationships were also the most important. After this incident, the new Heavenly Court and the Duan family will be even more afraid of Young Master. They won't dare to attack Young Master unless they have the confidence to kill Young Master in one go. Along the way, the old woman looked at Lin Ling and said as they walked towards Snow-Blowing City. During this trip to Empress Miao's palace, Lin Ling had also released a piece of news. That was, his backer was extremely extraordinary. In fact, the Duan family and the new Heavenly Court should have guessed it long ago, but they were not sure. This time, they were completely sure. In the short term, they won't dare to touch me. However, after Martial God when Tian knows that I'm a trial taker, I'm afraid he will want to kill me even more. Lin Ling knew that the current safety was only temporary. On the contrary, after he became a trial taker, Martial God when Tian and the others would treat him even more seriously. However, this was a matter for the future. There was no need to think too much about it now. "Senior, do you have any news about my big brother and the others?" Lin Ling looked at the old woman and asked. Sakura, Meng Lu, Wangu Wuji and the others had all entered the Kai Yuan River to cultivate. Moreover, they had been cultivating for a long time. No wonder Lin Ling was worried. The Kai Yuan River is not simple. Anything can happen there, so we don't know where they are right now. It all depends on them. However, if they can survive in the Kai Yuan River, their strength will definitely increase more or less, said the old woman. And I hope they can survive this time. Lin Ling nodded. He was just worried. However, he also knew that on the path of martial arts, other than himself, no one else could help. Now, I should prepare to fight for the first place of Snow-Blowing Academy's Xianxia Hall. Lin Ling withdrew his thoughts and began to think about his future. Becoming the first place of Xianxia Hall meant that he had completed the Trial of God's mission. He would receive a large amount of rewards, so Lin Ling would definitely not miss it. One had to know that without the rewards of the trial of God, Lin Ling would have to cultivate by himself. If he wanted to become stronger, it would definitely take a long time. Young Master is now the first place of Shun San Hall. Your first task is to become a disciple of Shun San Hall. Only then can you compete for the first place of Shun San Hall. Song Chiri reminded with a smile. Alright. Chapter 35-33. Holy Temple Challenge. The group chatted as they walked, and they drew closer to Snow Wind City. Along the way, Lin Ling gave the dragon scales he had shed to Xian Yuange. These dragon scales were extremely strong, able to withstand an early-stage martial ancestor's attack. They were very suitable for Xian Yuange. In addition, Xian Yuange obtained a page of scripture, and Lin Ling passed the space-time divine steel cultivation method to her. He wanted to give Xian Yuange the ability to attack with a single glance. As for Yu, because she also had the dragon god's bloodline, Lin Ling passed the great calamity destroying Sun Bao to her. What surprised Lin Ling was that Yu's comprehension of the great calamity destroying Sun Bao was very deep. As soon as he passed the Bao to her, she was able to shoot her first arrow. Moreover, the arrow she shot was different from Lin Ling's. It was more sacred and radiant. This made Lin Ling happy. The great calamity destroying Sun Bao's power was extraordinary. If Yu could fully control it, then Yu would have another life-saving trump card in the final world. After a long time, Lin Ling's group finally returned to Snow Wind City. The city was as lively as before. That night, Lin Ling's group stayed in the courtyard. Lin Ling did not cultivate that night, but spent the night with Yu and the others. After a night of romance, Lin Ling headed to Snow Wind Academy the next day. Just as he arrived, he saw Zhuang Nongming, Fairy Xianxia, and the others. Lin Ling, you're back. Hello. Zhuang Nongming, Fairy Xianxia, Chu Yun, and the others immediately greeted Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling's whereabouts were elusive, but every time he appeared, something big would happen. Lin Ling. At the huge entrance of the academy, people gradually recognized Lin Ling. One of them couldn't help laughing excitedly, then walked towards Lin Ling. Luo Wuchang. In the past, when Lin Ling was fighting for the #1 position in Shen Air Hall, he met a master who was second only to the dean's son, Tian Ao. At that time, when Luo Wuchang lost to Lin Ling, he was very dissatisfied. However, after seeing Lin Ling defeat Tian Ao, his dissatisfaction disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling, the mysterious figure of the Snow Wind Academy. Every time you appear, there must be something big happening. Don't tell me that you came back this time to become an expert of the Shun San Hall. Luo Wuchang walked towards Lin Ling, laughing as he walked. Master of Shun San Hall? Lin Ling stopped and looked at Luo Wuchang with a faint smile. He then nodded. Yes, I am indeed here to enter the Shun San Hall. He didn't finish what he wanted to say. He was here to become the champion of the Third Divine Hall. However, even if he didn't say it, the idea of becoming an expert of the Third Divine Hall was enough to make Zhuang Yanming and the others gasp. Because Lin Ling entered the Snow Wind Academy at the same time as them, and now, they are still the masters of the First Divine Hall, but Lin Ling is already moving towards the Third Divine Hall. The gap is too big. You really want to enter the Third Divine Hall? Luo Wuchang was stunned, then he laughed loudly. In the past, when he lost to Lin Ling, he once said that sooner or later he would defeat Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling said that within 10 years, if you, Luo Wuchang, become an expert of the Third Divine Hall, you still have a chance. At that time, Luo Wuchang thought that Lin Ling was bragging. But now, he finally knew that Lin Ling was not bragging, because now Lin Ling is indeed moving towards the Third Divine Hall. Lin Ling, you're amazing, you're awesome, I won't help you. Luo Wuchang couldn't help but sigh, but then he laughed again. If you enter the Third Divine Hall, then among the masters of the Second Divine Hall, I will only be under Tian Ao. Finally, I won't be the third. Lin Ling, if you want to become an expert of the Third Divine Hall, you need to pass the assessment of the Snow Wind Academy. The assessment will be held in the Divine Hall. Are you really ready? Zhuang Yanming and the others also came over and said one by one. Among them, Xianxia Fairy, Chu Yun, Ear-Ring and the others looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of worship. Lin Ling entered the Snow Wind Academy at the same time as them, but he has always been the spokesperson of miracles, and can be said to be the undefeated legend of the Snow Wind Academy. Divine Hall? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he also smiled casually. Then let's go to the Divine Hall to take the assessment. After saying that, he took the lead. Luo Wuchang and the others wanted to see if Lin Ling could succeed, so they all followed Lin Ling. The Divine Hall was the place where the masters of the Snow Wind Academy gathered. Not only did it gather the masters of the current year, but also the masters of the Snow Wind Academy in history. After Lin Ling and Luo Wuchang appeared, the entire vast Divine Hall suddenly quieted down, and countless eyes looked at Lin Ling and Luo Wuchang. It's Lin Ling. He came to the Divine Hall. Could it be that he is going to become an expert of the Third Divine Hall? God, he just became the number 1 of the Third Divine Hall, and now he wants to challenge the masters of the Third Divine Hall. After a moment of silence, a series of exclamations immediately rang out. Some women screamed, and their eyes were full of nostalgia. For them, Lin Ling had become a legend of the Snow Wind Academy. In addition, Lin Ling's character was very strong, and he often wore a blue and white robe, which was extremely attractive. Lin Ling has an elegant domineering aura, out of this world, but also overbearing, so attractive. A woman clasped her hands together and shouted excitedly. Yes, that kind of domineering aura. I think among the 36 academies in the final world, Lin Ling is definitely the number 1 in terms of cold and elegant domineering aura. The other women also shouted, staring at Lin Ling, not daring to miss the slightest. Whether in the final world or 9 states, those with great strength and potential were mostly idols of the same age. This guy only appears in the Snow Wind Academy once every 6 months, but his popularity is so strong that it makes people jealous. Luo Wuchang looked at the Divine Hall that was about to be overturned and could not help but shake his head helplessly. Then his eyes swept and fell on a man in the distance, and he suddenly smiled bitterly. The man also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was the former number 1 of the Xianxia Hall, Tian Ao. Tian Ao apparently also heard the news. At first, he thought that he had heard wrong, because Lin Ling entered the Xianxia Hall later than him, but he did not intend to become a master of the Xianxia Hall, but Lin Ling began to move, which was simply incredible. However, after seeing Lin Ling appear in the Divine Hall, Tian Ao was sure that Lin Ling had indeed come for the Xianxia Hall. What a crazy guy. I have dominated the Xianxia Hall for so many years, but in terms of popularity, I can't compare to this guy who only appears once every 6 months. Tian Ao sighed and said. He was jealous of Lin Ling, but also admired him. However, not everyone in the Snow Wind Academy admired Lin Ling. Many people were very unhappy with Lin Ling, because Lin Ling was just a freshman, but he had stolen a lot of their limelight. This feeling of being robbed of something made them not only unhappy with Lin Ling, they even hated him. And most of these people were the masters of the Xianxia Hall. This Lin Ling is said to be extremely arrogant. He came and went as he pleased in the Snow Wind Academy, and now he wants to become a master of the Xianxia Hall. Dongfang Yirong, don't you plan to do something? Chapter 35-34. You make the first move. As for Dongfang Yirong, who was being stared at, he frowned. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Your former teacher was Zhou Lin. Now, Zhou Lin is dead because of Lin Ling. If you don't do anything, others will laugh at you for being a coward. The white-faced man said. Shenle, you don't need to provoke me. No one can trick me into doing anything I want. Dongfang Yirong finally spoke when he heard that. His expression was filled with dense arrogance. The white-faced man just smiled and didn't say anything because he had a feeling that Dongfang Yirong was planning to stop Lin Ling from moving forward. Although Dongfang Yirong wasn't the strongest expert in Xianxia Hall, he was one of the strongest experts in Xianxia Hall. If an expert from Xianxia Hall wanted to enter Xianxia Hall, they would have to fight in Xianxia Hall's competition. If they defeated an expert from Xianxia Hall, they would have the preliminary qualification to become an expert of Xianxia Hall. Of course, this was only the preliminary qualification. because the academy had to be on guard against people who deliberately let the experts from Xianxia Hall enter Xianxia Hall. Therefore, if one wanted to enter Xianxia Hall, the rules were very strict. Everyone was still looking at Lin Ling. But at this time, a figure slowly walked towards Lin Ling. It was Dongfang Yirong. He was wearing a neat robe and his body was covered in divine light. He looked like a messenger of God. But in fact, he was indeed a messenger of God. Basically, 80% of the experts who could enter Xianxia Hall were messengers of God. They had the same status as the teachers. Some of them were even more powerful than the teachers by several times. It's Dongfang Yirong. Seeing the man in front of Lin Ling, many people cried out in alarm. Among them, teacher Cailuan also came. She frowned because she knew that Dongfang Yirong was Zhou Lin's student. Now that Zhou Lin was dead, Dongfang Yirong would definitely want to avenge him. Even if he didn't avenge him, he would still teach Lin Ling a lesson. You are Lin Ling. At this moment, Dongfang Yirong stood in front of Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling with contempt. Not bad. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he replied faintly. I heard that you are a legend in the Snow Wind Academy. Not only have you received the attention of the dean, you can come and go as you please. Moreover, you are also the fastest to enter the God Second Hall and the fastest to challenge the God Third Hall. Dongfang Yirong said indifferently. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Lin Ling's expression remained calm. Nothing much, I am here to break your legend. If you want to obtain the preliminary qualification of Xianxia Hall, you must defeat an expert of Xianxia Hall, and I will be your first expert. Dongfang Yirong sneered and said. The smell of gunpowder quietly pervaded the air. The entire sacred hall fell silent as countless gazes stared at Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen. However, Lin Ling was still unmoved and said indifferently, With just you? Of course, don't think that you can win every battle just because you have the support of the dean and the city lord. Let me tell you, the challenges of the Xianxia Hall are the most severe. No matter who your backer is, as long as you dare to stand on the martial stage, no one will let you win. Dongfang Yirong said coldly. The meaning behind his words was that Lin Ling could become the first new student and the number one of Xianxia Hall because of the dean and the city lord's help. Lin Ling understood the meaning behind Dongfang Yirong's words, and so did the people around him. Lin Ling nodded and said, I don't need you to go easy on me. I hope that you can go all out. At least, don't show me the strength that will disappoint me. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling took the lead and walked towards the center of the sacred hall. Lin Ling, be careful. Teacher Cailuan and the others could not help but remind him. Lin Ling nodded and continued to walk forward. The challenge had undoubtedly alarmed the entire Snow Wind Academy. Even the vice dean and the others had appeared. This was because Lin Ling was the first student to challenge Xianxia Hall in the Snow Wind Academy. Moreover, his cultivation was the lowest, the Sage Realm student. According to the rules, such strength should not be able to enter Xianxia Hall. However, there was an exception to everything. That was because the challenger was Lin Ling. Dongfang Yirong, late-stage martial ancestor. 5th grade ultimate desolate body. However, he has a pure divine bloodline and has great potential. Furthermore, Dongfang Yirong's martial Dao foundation surpasses ordinary people. He possesses a powerful ancestral force. It can be said that if Tian Ao and Dongfang Yirong were to fight, Tian Ao would not be able to withstand more than 10 moves from Dongfang Yirong. The vice dean and the other experts muttered to themselves. The former number one of Xianxia Hall, the dean's son, Tian Ao, had great talent. However, his cultivation was only at level 2 martial ancestor realm. On the other hand, Dongfang Yirong was at level 7 martial ancestor realm. There was a huge gap between Tian Ao and Dongfang Yirong. On the other hand, Lin Ling was only at level 8 martial ancestor realm. Even if his talent could increase his boundary essence, the gap between Tian Ao and Dongfang Yirong could not be bridged by a mysterious cultivation technique. Lin Ling has a pure divine dragon bloodline. If his cultivation is higher, he might be able to win. Teacher Cailuan, who was standing beside the vice dean, said. It had been less than a year since the Shinto Hall tournament. It was already amazing that Lin Ling could increase his cultivation. Therefore, they did not expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his talent. Lin Ling's chances of winning are slim. However, it's good for him to suffer a setback. For a genius like Lin Ling, it's not good for him to have everything go smoothly. If he suffers a setback, he will be able to go further. The vice dean suddenly said after pondering for a moment. Teacher Cailuan and the others nodded in agreement. They would definitely not allow Lin Ling to be injured in this battle. As long as Lin Ling showed signs of defeat, they would immediately save him. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on this battle. On the crystal martial arena, Dongfang Yirong had been waiting for a long time. He had his hands behind his back and a cold smile on his face. He knew that with the vice dean and other experts around, it was impossible for him to hurt Lin Ling. However, he wanted Lin Ling to suffer the greatest humiliation in his life. He wanted to torture Lin Ling properly. It would be best if he could attack Lin Ling's martial heart and turn his undefeated legend into a rumor. Under everyone's discussion and gaze, Lin Ling finally appeared on the crystal martial arena. Hee, I didn't expect you to really dare to challenge me. You are also the first martial ancestor in the history of the Shinto Hall to challenge me. As a sign of respect, I will definitely not hurt you in this battle. When he saw Lin Ling appear, Dongfang Yirong licked his lips and sneered. You talk too much nonsense. Make your move. However, Lin Ling's expression did not change. He had his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Make my move. Dongfang Yirong was stunned. He thought he had heard wrong and said sarcastically, You want me to make the first move? Yes, because if you don't make the first move, you won't have any chance. Lin Ling nodded and said. There was an uproar around the crystal martial arena. Did I hear wrong? Lin Ling wants the experts of the Shinto Hall to make the first move? Arrogant, too arrogant. Be careful not to embarrass yourself. Chapter 35. The power from before was like an itch. Many boys felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant and overestimating himself. However, many girls felt that Lin Ling's self-confidence was even more attractive to them. Fairy Xianxia and the others, on the other hand, were extremely worried. As for the vice principal and the others, they were shaking their heads. They also felt that Lin Ling was a bit arrogant. After all, anyone who could become an expert of the third hall wasn't someone with an undeserved reputation. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, do you really think the experts of Shun Santang are child's play? Originally, I wanted to play with you slowly and leave you some face. But now I've changed my mind. I want you to suffer a crushing defeat. On the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong's complexion turned cold and gloomy. He didn't waste any more words. His body began to emit layers of blue ice fog. The void was immediately frozen. In the white fog, a palm seemed to have come from the void, freezing time, space, and the myriad of worlds as it pressed down on Lin Ling. Ice Realm 3 Silk's palm. Cold shouts rang out at the same time, causing the entire sacred hall to fall silent. It was as if all sound had been frozen. Rumble. Overbearing airflow appeared, forming a snowstorm. The entire sacred hall was instantly frozen, turning into an ice palace. This caused the cultivators from the first and second halls to retreat. Their expressions changed greatly. Lin Ling looked at the blue storm calmly. He didn't move. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he was hit by the palm. Crash! The blue ice storm immediately exploded. Countless ice shards sputtered, shooting out like swords. At the edge of the martial stage, some of the weaker people were cut by the ice shards, and blood immediately flowed out of their cheeks. However, the crowd did not care about these things. They stared fixedly at the martial platform. It can't be, Lin Ling actually couldn't block a single move. Dongfang Yirong's Ice Realm 3 Silk's palm is very powerful. It's the unique skill of the ice goddess. Not many advanced martial ancestors can block it. Lin Ling is definitely going to be defeated. I've said that Lin Ling is too arrogant. Even if he's talented, the gap between their realms is too big. He can't make up for the difference in strength. What invincible legend! I think it's just a fart. Senior brother Dongfang Yirong's words. Lin Ling, seeing that Dongfang Yirong's words, Many people, especially the people from the third hall and third hall. The people from the third hall. The people from the third hall, especially the third hall. Many that third hall is third, that invincible legend. Unrestrained overbearing. Was it all just paper? As for the pale-faced scholar, Kagura, his lips curled into a smile. Well done, Dongfang Yurong. With this, Master Zhou Lin's death has been avenged, and Lin Ling's reputation has been completely ruined. Obviously, he was very confident in Dongfang Yurong. With Lin Ling's current talent and realm, he believed that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block Dongfang Yurong's attack. Unless Lin Ling's talent increased. As for the Vice Dean and the others, they were all astonished. In their opinion, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to defeat Dongfang Yurong, but he shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. It was indeed disappointing. That's all you've got? At this moment, Dongfang Yurong waved his hand and said disdainfully. However, the moment he finished speaking, the expression on his face changed. His pupils shrank as if he had just seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. The mocking voices and disappointed sighs suddenly disappeared at this moment. The sacred palace suddenly became incomparably quiet. On the martial stage, Lin Ling, who had been hit by Dongfang Yurong's attack, was still standing there. His entire body had been frozen into a blue ice sculpture. This ice was called realm ice. It could freeze thousands of worlds. It was a powerful technique of the ice goddess bloodline. Once, there was an expert with the same bloodline who fought against an expert in the southern border. As a result, thousands of worlds were frozen, and it took 10,000 years for the ice to thaw. But now, cracks began to appear on the ice sculpture. Moreover, a black, ominous aura spread out from the cracks like smoke. Then the entire ice sculpture began to melt. At this moment, Teacher Tseluin and the others were stunned. The Vice Dean and the others were also stunned. The pale-faced man, Kagura, was also stunned. Everyone in the sacred palace was stunned. Using the strength of a late-stage sage expert to block the attack of a late-stage martial ancestor and come out unscathed? How strong must his defense be to be able to do that? They did not know that after the shrine tournament, Lin Ling's realm-swallowing beast, Dragon Bone, and Dragon Soul had greatly improved. Its strength was several times stronger than before. Now, Lin Ling's realm-swallowing beast, Sky Dragon Bone, and Great Netherwind Dragon were all second-grade ultimate wild bodies. This formed a defense that was even stronger than the dragon gods. On the martial stage, Dongfang Yurong's shocked face quietly turned gloomy. On the contrary, Lin Ling patted his chest as if he was patting the dust off his clothes. He said calmly, "Is this the strength of the experts of the Shrine 3 halls? Bring out all the strength you've got from drinking your mother's milk. The strength you used before was just an itch." Strength that he used to drink milk? Itch? The sacred palace fell silent again. Then, a burst of screams rang out. The women who were disappointed in Lin Ling were now shouting excitedly. "Lin Ling, good job. You are indeed an undefeated legend. Lin Ling, I like you. Itch. Domineering. This is elegant domineering." The crazy voices of the women were like waves, each higher than the last. Zhuang Yanming Tianao, and the others suddenly smiled bitterly. These women were too crazy. How long has it been since the last shrine tournament? This guy can actually block the attacks of the experts of the Shrine 3 halls. This is unbelievable. Tianao shook his head and said, "His cultivation level has increased, but it should not be of much help. I can only say that his talent has increased. Otherwise, he would not be able to block Dongfang Yurong's attack. Luo Wuchang, can you see his strength?" "I can't see it. I only know that his defense is very strong." Luo Wuchang smiled bitterly. At this moment, on the martial stage, Dongfang Yurong looked at Lin Ling and heard the screams of the women around him. His body could not help but tremble. Lin Ling actually said that he was harassing him. This was a great humiliation to him. One had to know that he was an expert of the Shrine 3 halls. "Lin Ling, I admit that your defense is very strong, but I don't believe that your attack is also strong." Dongfang Yurong roared. His whole body was covered with ice fog. A blue crystal fork appeared on top of his head. At this moment, divine light shone everywhere. The martial artists below the 5th grade felt a great pressure at this moment. Ice Snow Goddess Fork. This was Dongfang Yirong's talent. Obviously, this talent was not weak. It was a pure divine bloodline, much more powerful than the 100 great bloodlines. Chapter 35-36. The 3 Stages. Bastard. When Dongfang Yirong saw Lin Ling shaking his head, he became even more furious. He activated all of his world essence and chanted something under his breath. Ice and snow began to howl in the sacred palace. The crystal fork grew in size and unleashed endless ice fog. Then, it shot toward Lin Ling wherever it passed. Space and time were all frozen. 20% of the ancestral force, and it's the power of ice and snow. The vice principal and the others frowned. Dongfang Yirong's attack was not to be underestimated. Not to mention a sage, even a late-stage martial ancestor would not dare to take it head-on. When Lin Ling saw the crystal trident shooting towards him, his eyes flickered. He sensed that the crystal trident was extremely fast, reaching the speed of 500 worlds. However, his expression remained calm. Black light appeared on his body and a ferocious aura surged out like a tide. His godly devil body also rumbled. Bang! Lin Ling calmly punched towards the sky. Lin Ling did not even integrate his talents. He relied on his physical strength to punch out. However, Lin Ling's physical strength had reached the strength of 6,000 worlds. Coupled with the integration of his 5 dantians, his strength was not to be underestimated. Rumble! That punch seemed to have come from the era of gods. It contained the power of the space-time divine steel and 10% of the ancestral force. The entire sky seemed to have cracked and crackled. Then, under everyone's gaze, the ice goddess trident shattered. Icy mist splattered in all directions. Lin Ling's punch had destroyed it. Wah! Wah! On the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong could feel the ancient power rushing towards him. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying off the martial stage and smashed into the ground, unconscious. This time, everyone was shocked. They could not believe what they had seen. Dongfang Yirong lost just like that? He had activated his talents and possessed the ancestral force. However, he was defeated by Lin Ling with a single punch. Moreover, it was a simple punch? The silence lasted for more than 10 breaths. Then, crazier cheers rang out. Dongfang Yirong lost? He is an expert from Xianxia Hall. Furthermore, it was only 1 punch. Lin Ling is too abnormal. What is Lin Ling's strength? Could it be that his talent has reached the 5th level? Everyone was guessing Lin Ling's strength, and those girls from before were shouting even more excitedly. As for those who didn't like Lin Ling, all of them shut their mouths at this moment. Even the white-faced Kagura was frowning. He was in a bad mood. Tian Ao and Luo Wuchang helplessly shook their heads. They had lost to Lin Ling in the last shrine tournament and wanted to wash away that shame. However, Lin Ling had told them that unless they became the masters of the 3rd hall, there was no hope. At that time, they were secretly dissatisfied and thought that Lin Ling was talking nonsense and that it was impossible for him to become a master of the 3rd hall in a short time. But now, they knew that Lin Ling wasn't joking. This guy is only at the saint stage. Yes, after hearing what you said, I feel that he is even more abnormal. Tian Ao and Luo Wuchang looked at each other and were even more shocked. Wind Snow Academy's undefeated legend, it seems that his reputation is not undeserved. Zhuang Yanming and the others also stared at the man on the martial stage. Their eyes were full of admiration. Lin Ling defeated Dongfang Yirong of the 3rd hall and is qualified to become a master of the 3rd hall. At this time, the voice of the vice dean floated out. This also made the people completely react and the cheers became louder. Lin Ling, first in the freshman trial. Lin Ling, first in Xianxia Hall. Now, he actually had the hope of becoming a master of the 3rd hall. And the time it took was not even 10 years. Such a genius could be called a god. If he didn't fall, his name would spread throughout the world. After a short moment of silence, Siluan could not help but laugh out loud. Lin Ling was her student. If Lin Ling was lucky enough to enter the world of God, then she, Siluan, would also have a chance to become the Holy Knight of God. At this moment, the Vice Dean and the others were also a little excited and then asked, Lin Ling, you already have the hope of becoming a master of the third hall. Do you want to continue the assessment and become a master of the third hall? Of course. Lin Ling looked at the Vice Dean and nodded lightly. Wow, he really wants to become a master of the third hall. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe he will succeed. Even if he fails, he has already obtained the qualifications. In another year, he will have the opportunity to take the assessment. Seeing Lin Ling nod without hesitation, everyone became even more excited. Good. The Vice Dean couldn't help but clap and say, even though you have the qualifications now, you still need to pass 3 major tests to become a master of the third hall. If you pass, then you will become a master of the third hall and be recorded on the gods list to compete against the masters of the 36 academies. And this test is very simple. It's a test of speed, attack, and defense. Are you ready? I'm ready. Lin Ling walked down from the stage with a calm expression. He wouldn't be alarmed if the sky were to collapse. Begin the 3 tests and communicate with the gods. Seeing Lin Ling nod his head, the vice president's expression turned solemn. He silently recited the divine language, and a divine light descended from the sky in the sacred palace. This ray of divine light had an unparalleled might, and it had the power to annihilate everything. This was the power of a god. The entire sacred palace had turned into a world of the void. Ancient stars were shining, and any expert would feel insignificant in this place. The masters of the third hall can also participate in the 3 tests, so they will take the test together with Lin Ling. Opening the 3 tests required the permission of the gods and endless power. Thus, in order to avoid wasting this power, the masters of the third hall could also take the test. If they passed, then they would be able to enter the gods list and compete against the masters of the 36 academies. Thus, at this moment, the masters who didn't enter the gods list were extremely excited. The first test is the attack test. You must defeat Lin Ling, don't let him get a good result. It's best if you eliminate him. At this moment, the white-faced Kagura said to the masters of the third hall, Don't worry, the 3 tests are very difficult. Even masters of the third hall, like us, can't guarantee that we can pass. A mere Lin Ling will lose without a doubt. Lin Ling didn't take the normal path to become a master of the third hall through the Shinto tournament. If he took a shortcut, then it would be 10 times harder than the Shinto tournament. He won't succeed even if we don't interfere with him. Brother Kagura, you think too highly of Lin Ling. We don't need to pay attention to him. Let's focus on our own tests. I hope we can enter the gods list this time. The masters of the third hall disdainfully said. Chapter 35-37. The God Queen's Garden. The first trial of the 3 tests of the gods is to attack the deities. Remember, you will enter the back garden of the deities and face the godly beasts reared by the deities. What you have to do is to kill 3 godly beasts within an hour. At that instant, the vice president's voice could be heard. Furthermore, when you start the trial, the entire 36 institutes of the final world will be watching you. If the deities suddenly decide to challenge you, they might notice you too. Yes, Vice President. The experts who were about to take part in the 3 tests of the gods became excited. How glorious would it be for the 36 institutes of the final world to be watching them? Furthermore, if they were lucky enough to be noticed by the deities, it would be an honor for their ancestors. However, don't be too happy yet. The godly beasts that will appear in the God Queen's Garden are all martial progenitors. Some of them are even peak martial progenitors. They are the strongest godly beasts below the half-martial god realm. Therefore, you will have to rely on your luck to pass the trial. At that instant, the vice president reminded them. This caused the excited experts of the 3 halls to gradually calm down. The trial begins now. Under the vice dean's command, everyone rushed into the universal void. At the same time, Lin Ling took a step forward and entered the rift. Lin Ling, killing 3 godly beasts within an hour? You won't succeed. You're going to lose. However, someone who passed by Lin Ling said disdainfully, Idiot. Lin Ling shook his head and ignored him as he continued to move forward. While they were exploring the God Queen's garden, the 36 institutes of the final world were watching the battle. Some of the institutes had also activated the 3 tests of the gods and sent their experts into the battlefield. Do you think Lin Ling will succeed? Tianao and the others stared into the rift and said worriedly. If Lin Ling's luck isn't bad, he should be able to succeed. After all, he has defeated an advanced stage martial ancestor. The divine beasts that appear in the God Queen's garden are all at the martial ancestor realm. If Lin Ling encounters an initial stage martial ancestor realm divine beast, he should be able to pass easily. Siluan licked her red lips and said with great anticipation. Indeed, let's hope that Lin Ling can encounter 3 early-stage martial progenitor realm divine beasts. Chu Yun and the others secretly prayed for Lin Ling. At this moment, a large number of figures were leaping across the void. However, their every move was being watched. Everyone in the sacred hall could see their movements. Lin Ling followed the crowd and continued to leap forward. At this moment, a huge primeval forest suddenly appeared in front of them. It was colorful and beautiful. Most importantly, this primeval forest was actually swimming towards them. What is this? This, oh my God, this looks like a colorful Qilin flood dragon. Heavens, that's a divine beast representing the late-stage martial progenitor realm. The originally high-spirited experts of the Third Divine Hall were all scared pale at this moment. Although they did not lack late-stage martial progenitor realm experts, a late-stage martial progenitor realm godly beast was much stronger than them. At the end of the day, it was because the bloodline of the divine beasts was pure. Otherwise, they would not have been raised by the gods. Lin Ling, go and stop him. While everyone was panicking, someone shouted at Lin Ling, "Why should I stop him? Who do you think you are?" Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh. These guys were the experts of the Third Divine Hall, so they thought that he had to listen to their orders. How ridiculous! How dare you not listen to me? The person who had spoken earlier was instantly enraged. Although Lin Ling had defeated Dongfang Yirong was not the strongest among the experts of the Third Divine Hall. Therefore, Lin Ling had no right to be arrogant in front of them. Believe it or not, I can eliminate you right now. Lin Ling did not give them any face after seeing their overbearing aura. He did not mind eliminating the person who had spoken before the end of the assessment. However, when everyone heard Lin Ling's words, they became even more furious. Lin Ling, who had just become a member of the Third Divine Hall, was so arrogant that he wanted to eliminate them. However, while they were furious, Lin Ling also looked into the distance and saw that the ancient forest was getting closer and closer. However, the forest did not pay attention to the others. Instead, it locked onto the person who had spoken to Lin Ling in the beginning. It seemed that the divine beasts also had intelligence and could find their own opponents. You are very unlucky. Now, you should think about how to deal with the divine beast. Sensing this, Lin Ling suddenly said casually, "How dare you? What do you want to say? Believe it or not, I will eliminate you right now." The person who had reprimanded Lin Ling in the beginning frowned at this moment. However, his voice gradually became softer because with his strength, he naturally felt that something was wrong. He also began to see that the ancient forest in front of him was slowly swimming towards him. What? Why is it targeting me? The person's expression changed drastically. He was fuming with anger because there were so many people here, but the divine beast had targeted him. It was too unfair. Go find him. He is the weakest, so he should be eliminated first. The person could not help but point at Lin Ling and shout as he retreated. However, the huge ancient forest did not pay attention to his words and continued to swim towards him. Moreover, it began to change along the way. Bright flowers and ancient trees separated and gradually turned into a huge flood dragon. This flood dragon was covered in ancient trees from head to toe. It was like an island filled with all kinds of plants. It was extremely magical. This was the Rainbow Qilin Flood Dragon. This was a very beautiful flood dragon. It was said that it had the bloodline of dragons and also the bloodline of divine trees. Seeing the huge flood dragon flying over, everyone scattered. As for the person who had reprimanded Lin Ling in the beginning, he naturally planned to escape. However, no matter where he went, the rainbow Qilin flood dragon chased after him. Looks like it has targeted you. With your strength, you are definitely not its opponent. Therefore, you are also the first person to be eliminated in the Snow Wind Academy. Looking at the person fleeing in all directions, Lin Ling could not help but gloat. Lin Ling. The person was depressed and furious. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson but was entangled by the rainbow Qilin flood dragon. In the end, he could only vomit blood in anger. He was obviously not a match for the rainbow Qilin flood dragon. After a series of collisions, he was defeated. Moreover, because he escaped too late, he was finally swallowed by the rainbow Qilin flood dragon. A martial progenitor realm expert with outstanding talent had fallen in the God's Garden, just like that. This was also the first expert to fall in the 3 tests of the God's Garden. The remaining people were all frightened. Although they knew that the test was not easy, they did not expect that one of them would fall so quickly. Unlucky guy. Chapter 35-38. Divine Beast White Tiger. Lin Ling, you're not any better. Just you wait, you'll definitely be eliminated. Yes. That's right, you might even die here. The experts of Xianxia Hall were immediately angered and coldly scolded. Seeing this, Lin Ling also sneered. He had no enmity with the experts of Xianxia Hall. It was these people who ridiculed him from the beginning. Now that he, Lin Ling, retaliated, these people became angry out of shame as if he, Lin Ling, provoked them first. Enough nonsense, be careful, there are divine beasts staring at you. Yes. Shaking his head, Lin Ling lightly said. What? Yes. Yes. Those experts were stunned, one by one, like birds startled by the twang of a bow, then scattered and ran away. Although if they want to pass the assessment, they must defeat 3 divine beasts, but they all want to defeat the weak divine beasts, and not the previous colorful Qilin flood dragon. This kind of divine beast is too powerful. However, after they fled far away, they discovered that the space around them was still quiet. Not to mention divine beasts, there was not even a fly. This made them immediately react. It turned out that they were all deceived by Lin Ling. A group of gutless bandits. Yes. Lin Ling let out a maniacal laugh and walked along the space. I'm so angry. Yes. Lin Ling, you'll die a horrible death. Yes. The experts of Xianxia Hall were so angry that their noses were crooked. As for the sacred hall, everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter because those experts of Xianxia Hall were too trashy. They were actually scared by Lin Ling's words. One must know that Lin Ling was only a sage realm expert. Really as timid as a mouse. With this kind of courage, how can he pass this level? Shame, shame on our Snow Wind Academy. After all, there are 36 academies watching the assessment of God Queen Garden. Fortunately, there is Lin Ling. At least he has greatly raised the prestige of our Snow Wind Academy. All sorts of voices could be heard from time to time. The pale-faced man, Kagura, was so angry that his face darkened. Originally, he'd asked people to stop Lin Ling so that he wouldn't be able to pass this test so easily. But in the end, not only had the people he'd invited failed, they'd even embarrassed themselves. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had made a name for himself in the 36th Academy. One person toying with a group of experts, how awe-inspiring. At this moment, there were indeed many people who were paying attention to this examination. Many people were looking at Lin Ling with astonishment, and were curious as to what kind of person Lin Ling was. As for the students from the 5 academies who had returned from the Hidden Fog Island, they recognized Lin Ling and were all shocked. Duan Tianzhan and the others, in particular, were gnashing their teeth in anger. Brother Tianzhan, isn't that Lin Ling from the Hidden Fog Island who humiliated Master Qingyun? Why is he taking the Xianxia Hall test? Damn it! How could this guy be qualified to take the Xianxia Hall test? He will definitely fail. Just looking at him makes me angry. He will definitely fail. The experts who had been humiliated by Lin Ling on the Hidden Fog Island were all jealous, and they kept cursing him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling couldn't hear their voices at all. He walked along the universal void and sighed. This place looks like the universal void, but it's actually different. It should be an independent void because I can't see the myriad worlds from here. Maybe this is God's backyard. Then he thought of the colorful leaf Kylan dragon and couldn't help but be surprised. This was the first time he'd seen such a strange divine beast. However, although that divine beast was beautiful, Lin Ling had a feeling that in terms of talent, it was no match for the realm-devouring beast. At this moment, the roar of a ferocious tiger came from ahead, followed by a murderous aura. A white tiger that was more than 10 meters long suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ling. It was one of the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger. Lin Ling's eyes lit up instantly. Speaking of which, he had seen the white tiger many times. In the past, the white tiger was unreachable to him. But now, the white tiger was the weakest among the mythological beasts. Unless he met the 4 divine beast ancestors, there were only 4 divine beast ancestors in the entire 9 states. Their strength was comparable to that of God, so it was not easy to meet them. Early stage martial ancestor realm? Then Lin Ling smiled again. Such a divine beast was really weak to him. Many people saw the divine beast that Lin Ling was facing through the sacred palace. They couldn't help but curse. Lin Ling was too lucky to meet such a weak divine beast. However, at this moment, 2 figures came from afar. They stared at the divine beast white tiger excitedly, as if the divine beast white tiger was already their prey. Their gazes quickly fell on Lin Ling and they said calmly, "Brother, are you trying to steal our prey?" The white tiger was only a divine beast at the initial stage of the martial ancestor realm. Therefore, no one would miss out on such a prey. If they were lucky enough to meet the white tiger 3 times in a row, they would have successfully passed the first stage of the 3 stages. "Brother, you should leave. This white tiger is already ours." The other person narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. It seems that whoever the prey belongs to depends on the divine beast. This white tiger doesn't seem to have chosen you. Furthermore, I saw the white tiger first. According to the rules, this white tiger should belong to me. How dare you? We are speaking to you out of kindness. Who told you to refute us? Are you looking for death? Hearing this, the 2 people were instantly enraged. They looked very similar, as if they were twin brothers. Are you guys going to fight me? However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Instead, he spoke slowly. Brat, don't think that we won't dare to touch you just because someone is watching. The 2 people's voices became gloomy. However, in reality, they did not dare to touch Lin Ling. Although killing was not prohibited in the 3 stages of the gods, no one dared to kill their opponent in front of so many people. This would cause the other deans to be displeased. Hey brother, look, that's Hua Qingyun. Suddenly, one of them became excited. How we met Hua Qingyun. These clouds can block everyone's sight. As long as we kill you in the clouds, no one will know. The other person laughed loudly. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a dead man. As long as Hua Qingyun was there would be no evidence to prove that they had killed Lin Ling. Although everyone knew that it was them, evidence was the most important thing. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. He instantly saw white clouds drifting in their direction. The clouds could block everything, so they should be able to block the sacred hall's sight. Who are those 2 people? They seem to be Binghua and Xianjin from Yuanjue Academy. It's them. Huh, great. Lin Ling's prey is going to be snatched away. In the sacred halls of the various academies, many people were stunned at first, then they burst into excited laughter. As for the Wind Snow Academy's sacred hall, many people were cursing. These 2 people were too despicable. It was obviously Lin Ling who found the prey first, but they actually wanted to snatch it away and even wanted to kill him. Chapter 35-39. Even blind, they're fierce. Hee. It's the brothers Binghua and Xianjin. They were originally experts on the god list, but because they accidentally killed an expert from Zhaoguang Academy, they were expelled from the god list. Now, they want to pass the test and return to the god list. Among the crowd, the white-faced man Kagura seemed to be very familiar with the 2 brothers. Brother Kagura, Are those two brothers very powerful? Someone immediately asked. They're more than powerful, they're simply monsters. One of them obtained the legacy of the 9 Dragons Island's 4 sages, while the other is the successor of the spiritual Bone Fire Sea. How can they not be powerful? The white-faced man said with a faint smile. 9 Dragons Island is an extremely famous ancient force in the eastern border. Someone suddenly exclaimed. One must know that the experts who appeared in the final world were either the strongest experts in the history of the 9 regions or the top experts in the history of the 10,000 worlds. Therefore, they naturally heard of 9 Dragons Island and the spiritual Bone Fire Sea. Those two brothers' hands and feet are not clean, but it's undeniable that they're very strong. The white-faced man Kagura laughed again. At this moment, the billowing white clouds had already engulfed Lin Ling and the other two. This made Siluan and the others anxious. Unfortunately, the two brothers were not students of Snow Wind Academy, so they did not give any face to Snow Wind Academy. Ha, Hua Qingyun blocked everything. That means no one will know even if we kill you. Within Hua Qingyun, the two brothers looked at Lin Ling with malicious intent. I know you. You're Lin Ling. Just now, someone secretly transmitted a message to us, telling us to kill a trash like you and reward us handsomely. Of course, if you have a good treasure, we can spare your life. After all, we're here for money. So, hand over the money and kowtow 3 times, and we'll let you go. The two brothers said at the same time. Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. These two brothers were late-stage martial ancestors, but their talent was only a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. He could not understand where their confidence came from. However, Lin Ling quickly understood. He, Lin Ling, was famous in Snow Wind Academy, but he was ordinary in the 36th Academy. Naturally, others would not know him. On the other hand, Lin Ling was curious as to who had ordered these two brothers to kill him. Let me ask you a question. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke. What? Are you planning to surrender? Tell me, what do you want to ask? The two brothers immediately laughed in a relaxed manner. How many imperial crystals do you have? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Why do you ask? I haven't even asked you this question, but you're asking us instead. Could it be that you want to? Bing Hua frowned and suddenly guessed something. You guessed right. I plan to kill you and take the treasures on your bodies. After all, with Hua Qingyun blocking everything, no one can see anything. Lin Ling nodded, directly admitting it. You're courting death. The two brothers were stunned for a moment. Then they were enraged. This Lin Ling of the Sage Realm was actually plotting against them. He was courting death. He was definitely courting death. Eye-piercing. One of them shouted, and a mysterious pearl appeared above his head. The pearl emitted a gentle light that enveloped the entire Hua Qingyun. Almost at the same time, the divine beast White Tiger let out a painful roar. Its eyes turned white as if it had lost its sight. My eye-piercing belongs to one of the 4 sages of the 9 Dragons Island in the western region, Lord Yang Senator. It can destroy people's eyes, even God's eyes. It once harmed one of the 6 great god eyes of Huanyu, causing him to be blind for the rest of his life. He had great talent but could not use it. Bing Hua, who had activated the pearl, sneered coldly. At the same time, Lin Ling felt his eyes turn white, and then he could not see anything. The eye-piercing orb was indeed terrifying. It could actually destroy a person's eyes without causing any pain or itch. Moreover, Lin Ling discovered that even if he closed his eyes, there was still a white light invading everything in his eyes, causing him to continue to be blinded. It seemed that he had to kill this person. Otherwise, his eyes would not recover for the rest of his life. Oh, without eyes, how can you fight with us? Tachi 7 Thunder Slash. The other person let out a roar and slashed with both hands. In the void, huge full moon scimitars appeared. They were formed by lightning and then slashed towards Lin Ling. My Tachi 7 Thunder Slash comes from the spirit Bone Fire Sea. Even if you escape to 10,000 worlds, this blade can still chase you. The moment you are locked on by the blade, you have nowhere to run. Moreover, your eyes are blind. Let's see how you dodge. Complacent laughter floated over at the same time. It had to be said that these two could become the experts of the third divine hall. They were indeed powerful. Who said that fighting must be done with eyes? At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently with his hands behind his back. At the same time, a large number of Lin Ling appeared around his body. They were lifelike. Even the surrounding world had changed. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. It was full of vitality. And this was the illusory god world. What's going on? The two brothers were dumbfounded. Although they were not blind, there were Lin Ling everywhere. They could not distinguish the real from the fake, which made them feel as if they were blind. The Tachi 7 Thunder Slash could not distinguish the real Lin Ling from the fake, so they could only slash randomly. At the same time, the real Lin Ling appeared in front of Binghua and punched out. "You're courting death." Seeing someone approaching, Binghua also released his realm essence and punched out. Rumble. When the two fists collided, Binghua felt a terrifying force coming towards him. It was not a force that a sage should have. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said in horror, "You are not an ordinary sage. Are you stupid? How can an ordinary sage enter the 3 divine tests?" Lin Ling still closed his eyes and shook his head. After saying that, his left hand shook and the dragon bow appeared. He drew the bow and shot randomly. Now that his heavenly dragon bone had reached the 2nd grade and he had used the 8 divine abilities of the dragon clan, the power of the great sun calamity destroying bow had naturally more than doubled. Clang. The 1,000 Buddha greetings broke the countless Tachi 7 Thunder Slash. Xianxia was shocked. He roared and his hands immediately formed a complicated seal. Great Luai's Devil Suppression. In the sky, a huge dipper character appeared. It was formed by lightning and was majestic. Moreover, there was 40% of the lightning ancestor's power suppressed within. At the same time, Lin Ling's arrows arrived and continuously attacked the dipper character, causing the entire space to tremble. Boom! With a loud roar, the arrows melted with the word, "gang." Lin Ling's figure was faintly discernible as he walked out from the rolling thunderstorm, as if he was bathed in thunder. However, he was safe and sound. The two brothers looked at the god of war Lin Ling and were scared silly. What a terrifying defensive power. Moreover, he was so fierce even when he was blind. What if he was not blind? "You want to kill me with your little strength? It seems that you have not investigated my strength." Chapter 3540. The Grim Reaper's Scythe. "What are you doing? You can't kill us. One of us is the descendant of the 9 Dragons Island and the other is the descendant of the spiritual Bonefire Sea. If you kill us, you will be hunted down by these 2 ancient forces." Exclamation point. The two brothers' faces changed drastically and they retreated. "Idiots? You're really idiots. Who can prove that I killed you in these rolling clouds? Even if I drag your corpses out, there is no evidence to prove that I killed you. You might have died in the mouth of the divine white tiger." Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. His words scared the two brothers and they immediately panicked. "Don't kill us, please don't kill us." They begged for mercy. Lin Ling was simply too ferocious. It was as if he was not afraid of any power. "Give me a reason not to kill you." Lin Ling was blind, but he gave off an even more terrifying vibe. "I have a lot of royal crystals on me. I can give them to you. Moreover, I know where the divine beast is and it is only at the initial martial ancestor realm. I will tell you and you will let us go." The two brothers spoke in panic. They were not as arrogant as they were at the beginning. "The whereabouts of the divine beast? Where is it?" Lin Ling asked immediately. "I will tell you, but you have to promise not to kill us." Binghua gritted his teeth and said, he wanted Lin Ling to give them a promise. Lin Ling sneered in his heart. He had encountered such a situation many times since he started learning martial arts. These two wanted to control him? They were too naive. "If I kill you, the royal crystals on you will belong to me. As for the whereabouts of the divine beast, it would be best if I know, but if I don't, it doesn't matter. I will tell you. It is recorded on this astrolabe. I will give you the astrolabe and you have to let us go." Binghua quickly said and handed over an astrolabe. Lin Ling waved his left hand and took the astrolabe. He then used his soul power to explore the astrolabe and found that the astrolabe was like a map. While Lin Ling was investigating the astrolabe, Bing Hua and Xian Jin left carefully. When they got closer to the outside of the clear cloud, they sneered. This time they had been careless. However, when they left, they would definitely find a way to kill Lin Ling. Swoosh. However, at this moment, a figure appeared before them. It was Lin Ling. A punch that contained the terrifying power of the physical body and the power of the world essence smashed over. Xian Jin's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively activated the eye-piercing bead. However, with a loud bang, the eye-piercing bead was also destroyed by the punch. Moreover, the punch didn't stop there, and like the claws of a ferocious beast, it viciously landed on Xian Jin's head and destroyed his head. Blood splattered everywhere like a broken watermelon. Xian Jin. You Xian Yu. Bing Hua was stunned. He couldn't believe it. I am sorry. Not only did I kill your brother, but I also killed you. Lin Ling lightly shook his head and punched out again, directly breaking Bing Hua's neck. However, Bing Hua did not know what kind of cultivation method Bing Hua practiced, but he actually turned into a small thunder person and broke out of his body. You want to escape? Lin Ling couldn't see, but his soul power was very sharp. He opened his mouth and the dragon chi and the realm-swallowing beast's evil chi came out at the same time. It was like a monster's roar. It shook the entire clear cloud. The Thunder Man was weak. He couldn't resist the combination of the evil chi and the dragon chi. He was shocked to death. Lin Ling scanned the surroundings with his soul power. He was speechless when he found that the divine beast White Tiger was dead. It was killed by their battle. The powerful divine beast White Tiger was as weak as a kitten in front of them. This eye-piercing bead is really amazing. It left a light in my eyes and it continued to corrode them. However, after the eye-piercing bead was destroyed, the light began to disappear. I think it won't be long before my eyes recover. Lin Ling felt his eyes were warm. He knew that the godly devil body's recovery power was working. Next, he held the white tiger's tail with one hand and the Bing Hua's body with the other hand. He left the clear cloud step by step. At this moment, the 3 divine tests were still going on. All the holy palaces of the major academies were locked in the void. As for the Wind Snow Academy, of course, they were paying attention to the clear cloud. What a pity, what a pity. Our junior brother Lin Ling, a natural genius, also fell in the God Garden. Alas, as his senior brother, I feel sorry for him. I feel that it is unfair. After a moment of silence, the white-faced man Kagura suddenly said with a sigh. His words seemed to be regretting for Lin Ling, but more importantly, it was filled with schadenfreude. Alas, why bother? If you wait another year, you should be able to pass. Yes, it's a pity that our Wind Snow Academy produced an undefeated legend, but now he has failed. Alas, my heart hurts. The other experts of the 3 divine halls also said. Obviously, they all believed that Lin Ling must have died in the hands of the Bing Hua brothers. How could Cailuan and the others not hear the sarcasm in their words? They were furious in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the experts of the 3 divine halls did not curse Lin Ling on the surface. Junior brother Lin Ling, alas, what a pity, what a pity. The white-faced man Kagura sneered in his heart and sighed again. But at this time, in the sky above the temple, a figure slowly appeared in the rolling clouds. If it was not Lin Ling, who else could it be? At this time, the white-faced man Kagura wanted to say something, but all the words were forcibly swallowed back into his stomach. The other experts of the 3 divine halls also showed an expression of seeing a ghost. How could Lin Ling still be alive? What about the Bing Hua brothers? In fact, in addition to them, many people of the 36 divine halls also began to pay attention to Lin Ling. All of them were silent. And in the void, Lin Ling was like a silent death god, walking out step by step. Gradually, the huge white tiger behind him also appeared. Heavens, he killed the divine beast White Tiger. How could it be him? Where are the Bing Hua brothers? Many people cried out in surprise. Just as they were about to say something, their pupils suddenly widened. They saw that in the rolling clouds, Lin Ling was dragging the divine beast White Tiger with one hand and dragging the bodies of the Binghuo brothers with the other hand, slowly walking out. That appearance was like a death god dragging a death god's scythe. At this time, the entire 36 divine halls were shocked. The Binghuo brothers were killed by Lin Ling? Everyone's heart was roaring. The scene in front of them was too shocking. As for the Wind Snow Academy's divine halls, the white-faced man Kagura and the others all swallowed their saliva. Their expression was as ugly as it could be. Good, Lin Ling killed a divine beast. He is currently the first one in the Wind Snow Academy to kill a divine beast. There is still a lot of time left, maybe he can pass. Chapter 3541. Luck is also a part of strength. Lin Ling, good job. I knew he was so handsome, he definitely won't die. The girls from First God Hall and Third God Hall are all shrieking. They can also see that Lin Ling's eyes seem to be blind, but the blind Lin Ling has a cold aura that is extremely attractive. In the void, Lin Ling is moving forward. His soul force is spreading out and he is moving according to the direction of the star compass. Who is that? He actually killed a divine beast. If this goes on, he has a high chance of being the first one to pass. He seems to be a student of Snow Wind Academy. Most importantly, he seems to be in Sage Realm. What's Sage Realm? More and more people are paying attention to Lin Ling. Indeed, Lin Ling's cultivation is too low. If he can pass the 3 trials, he will become the 3rd God Hall's expert with the lowest cultivation in the history of 36 academies. And at this moment, in the void, Lin Ling's footsteps finally came to a stop. Thousands of miles away from him, a tiger-sized god beast appeared. This god beast had tiger-like patterns all over its body, but it was in the form of a bee. And this god beast was flying around a massive flower bud, as if it was collecting honey. Heavens, his luck is too good. This is a violet jade bee. Looking at the divine beast, some people let out a cry of excitement. Violet jade bee is an extremely beautiful bee. It is said that all of them are female and they can produce violet jade royal jelly, which is a great tonic. Most importantly, this violet jade bee's combat strength is very low. It can be said to be the weakest divine beast in martial ancestor realm. This means that as long as Lin Ling kills the violet jade bee, he will have killed 2 divine beasts. Could it be that Lin Ling is really going to pass the trial easily? Within the 36 academies, many people's eyes were red with jealousy. Even many teachers were the same. After all, Lin Ling is not from their academy, but he is going to set a record. How can they be willing? In Snow Wind Academy, the vice principal and the others are laughing loudly. They are happy for Lin Ling. Luck is also a part of strength. The vice principal roared. His words stifled the jealousy in the eyes of the experts of the 3rd hall. After all, they had wanted to say that this assessment was too unfair. However, at this moment, Lin Ling didn't know about the commotion in the outside world. His soul force locked onto the purple jade bee, and an enormous amount of boundary essence condensed. He clearly sensed that the purple jade bee was very weak. But for Lin Ling, no matter how weak the opponent was, as long as it was Lin Ling's opponent, Lin Ling would go all out. With a flick of his finger, the boundary essence turned into a shooting star, shooting towards the purple jade bee. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Beside the tiger-sized violet jade bee, a mosquito the size of a palm suddenly flew out. This mosquito was completely blood red, and after it appeared, it actually emitted a ferocious buzzing sound. Its sharp mouth spat out light waves, and it actually blocked Lin Ling's boundary essence attack. What happened? This time, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Ling frowned slightly. What? That's the Rahu blood mosquito. Suddenly, someone in the sacred hall let out a terrified cry. Moreover, more and more teachers recognized the divine beast, and all of them were scared pale. Because it was one of the number 1 divine beasts below the demigod realm. This type of blood mosquito was extremely terrifying. In fact, it was also a male purple jade bee. Moreover, this type of mosquito was very large in the beginning, like a small mountain, but as time passed, this type of mosquito kept shrinking. The smaller its size, the stronger its ferocity. The one in front of them was only the size of a fist, and this clearly showed how terrifying it was. If it was the size of a thumb, then it was a demigod divine beast. If it was the size that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, then it was a divine beast comparable to the martial god realm. If such a divine beast charged out of the God-Queen garden, then it would be a catastrophe for the human world. The people would be in a terrible situation, and no one would be able to stop it. Haha, I thought his luck was pretty good, but now it seems that his luck is very bad. In that case, he has to give up on the purple jade bee, and he spent a lot of time coming to this area. I'm afraid he won't have enough time to kill 2 more divine beasts. Serves him right, now he can only run away. Many people in the various holy temples were shouting in joy. Even some teachers were clapping their hands, looking extremely happy. As for the Wind Snow Academy, the vice principal and the others were cursing in anger. How could Lin Ling's luck be so bad? He had just encountered the weakest purple jade bee, but then he encountered the most terrifying Rahu blood mosquito. Luck is also a part of strength. At this moment, the white-faced man, Kagura, said with a faint smile. His words were undoubtedly filled with ridicule. Lin Ling's luck was too bad to encounter a blood mosquito. This also meant that his strength was very ordinary. When the vice principal heard that, he almost cursed the white-faced man, but when he thought that he was the one who said those words first, he endured it. Right now, he could only hope that Lin Ling would leave the Rahu blood mosquito as soon as possible and buy time to hunt other divine beasts. However, at this moment, Lin Ling moved in the air. With a flick of his finger, his boundary essence turned into a meteor and shot out once again. This time, all 36 academies were shocked. Lin Ling actually did not run away and instead wanted to kill the purple jade bee? Crazy. This guy is definitely crazy. A divine beast below the demigod realm, he actually dared to provoke it? Of course, even the Rahu blood mosquito did not expect that a mere human would not run away and instead still want to kill the purple jade bee. Buzz. The Rahu blood mosquito was enraged. Its sharp mouth once again spat out sound waves. These sound waves were extremely terrifying and could easily shatter 10,000 worlds. Lin Ling's boundary essence attack was instantly destroyed without a trace. However, at this moment, a figure also appeared in front of the purple jade bee. Following that, a fist that could destroy heaven and earth also blasted out. It was Lin Ling. It turned out that the previous boundary essence attack was just a bait. The real killing move was Lin Ling. Swoosh. At the same time, the Rahu blood mosquito let out a sharp cry. With a sweep of its wings, it actually blocked in front of the purple jade bee and blocked Lin Ling's punch for it. Rumble. The fist and the wings collided, and the sound was deafening. What surprised Lin Ling was that the fist-sized mosquito's defense was actually so terrifying that it blocked his punch that was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 worlds. One had to know that he had also fused his 5 dantians. After the Rahu blood mosquito blocked Lin Ling's punch, it let out a hoarse sound as if it was angry. Its body shone with a bloody light. Then, a sharp mouth like a sword shot towards Lin Ling. Its speed was incomparably fast. Its power was also incomparably terrifying. Sensing this, Lin Ling's expression changed. He unleashed all his speed and frantically retreated. However, the Rahu blood mosquito chased after Lin Ling as if it wanted to kill Lin Ling no matter what. Crazy, this is crazy. A sage provoking the number 1 divine beast below the demigod realm. That guy is so crazy that he doesn't want to live anymore. He seems to be blind now, so he doesn't know how terrifying the Rahu blood mosquito is. No wonder he's so crazy. Even if he's blind, he should know how powerful the Rahu blood mosquito is now. He must be regretting it. He must be regretting it. He can't wait to escape from there. Chapter 3542. Blood Mosquito Cloud C. Because Lin Ling wanted to escape now, everyone knew that Lin Ling was probably regretting it. Rumble. In the void, a bloody light exploded. The blood mosquito seemed to have caught up to Lin Ling and exploded with a terrifying attack. This attack also caused the void to shatter. The blood mosquito looked as big as a fist, but its speed was undoubtedly extremely fast, beyond imagination. Die! Die! Seeing this, many people did not dare to blink, afraid that they would miss something. No, look at the violet jade bee. Suddenly, someone let out an earth-shattering roar. Over at the violet jade bee's side, a pitch-black figure appeared, like a fierce beast, like a dragon god. It was Lin Ling. Most importantly, he punched out, wanting to kill the violet jade bee. Boom. Before this punch even landed, everyone's hearts had already exploded with a roar. Lin Ling, as expected of a madman. When everyone thought that he was going to escape, he actually did not give up on killing the violet jade bee. Moreover, could it be that before this was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain? To lure the Rahu blood mosquito away and then ambush the violet jade bee? Even the Rahu blood mosquito would not have thought that Lin Ling would be so crazy. Lin Ling has been discovered. Suddenly, someone let out a cry of surprise, causing many people to look at the Rahu blood mosquito. Buzz. In the void, the fist-sized Rahu blood mosquito spat out circles of bloody light, and its body actually swelled up. Although it did not become bigger, it looked extremely terrifying. A bloody light exploded, and the Rahu blood mosquito disappeared. It actually shot towards the violet jade bee with the speed of 800 worlds. Lin Ling is going to fail. This guy still failed at the last step. It's a waste of effort. Now let's see how he's going to escape the Rahu blood mosquito's pursuit. Many people sneered. Because Lin Ling was too fast, the people from the various academies did not want to pass the test too easily. This guy is indeed crazy. On the other side of the distant void, a demonic man seemed to be able to see the situation on Lin Ling's side and shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect him to go to the Snow Wind Academy. This guy is starting to show his talent in the final world. Beside him, another person spoke with a smile. At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Ling was about to fail, but Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. His eyes were slightly closed, like a blind god of death. His fists still punched out. Bang bang bang. The void immediately exploded. It was a continuous series of explosions. What? In the various temples, regardless of whether they knew Lin Ling or not, all of them were shocked at this moment. From their point of view, Lin Ling's plan had failed, and the Rahu blood mosquitoes had discovered his motives. He should be running away right now. But Lin Ling didn't run away. Instead, he still wanted to kill the purple jade bee. Although the purple jade bee was weak, in the God Queen's garden, there were other divine beasts that were as weak as the purple jade bee. Lin Ling didn't need to stubbornly stay on the purple jade bee. Buzz buzz. The purple jade bee finally sensed the danger and let out a strange buzzing sound. In the distance, the Rahu blood mosquitoes also let out a buzzing sound. It seemed to be furious, as if it was saying to Lin Ling, "If you dare touch the purple jade bee, you will definitely die." Boom. However, before the Rahu blood mosquito's threat could land, Lin Ling mercilessly punched out. Blood splattered everywhere, and the tiger-sized purple jade mosquito was blown apart by Lin Ling's punch. At this moment, the 36 academies instantly went silent. The void fell silent as well. The Rahu blood mosquitoes were stunned for a moment. Then, the buzzing sound turned into buzzing sounds, and the entire void suddenly turned red. It did not fly towards Lin Ling, but stared angrily at Lin Ling. The people from the various temples also looked at Lin Ling in shock. In order to kill a divine beast, Lin Ling had risked his life. Now, even if he wanted to escape, he probably couldn't. Lin Ling has killed 2 divine beasts so far. But these 2 divine beasts were not easy to kill. Now, even escaping is a problem. He's really a guy that values money over his life. No one was not shocked by Lin Ling's actions. Indeed, Lin Ling's actions were completely different from what they had imagined. He did not play by the rules. However, did Lin Ling only want to kill the purple jade bee? In the void, Lin Ling did not say a word. His soul force locked onto the Rahu blood mosquitoes, and he suddenly burst out with 800 world speed. Like a monster, he pounced over. At this moment, he had already fused his talents, and his current talents were all second-grade ultimate desolate bodies. After fusing them, his strength increased greatly. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, waves appeared in the void. Upon closer inspection, It was the void that had been blasted apart by Lin Ling's punch. After fusing his talents, Lin Ling's strength had reached 8,000 world strength. With the fusion of his 5 dantians, how could his strength be weak? Boom! The Rahu blood mosquitoes never expected Lin Ling to take the initiative to attack it. It did not react in time and was struck by Lin Ling's punch. The surrounding void was like the ground, constantly tumbling. As for the Rahu blood mosquitoes, they were sent flying like a meteor. This guy, could it be him? What could it be? I think not only did he not plan on escaping, he even planned on killing the Rahu blood mosquitoes. That is to say, Lin Ling did not plan on letting the purple jade bees and the Rahu blood mosquitoes go. With Lin Ling's actions, everyone knew that they were wrong. Furthermore, they were ridiculously wrong. This was because Lin Ling was not prey, but a hunter. He did not even spare the Rahu blood mosquitoes. He is at the Sage Realm. Someone said nervously. For a Sage Realm Junior to challenge the number 1 divine beast under the demigod realm, it was unknown if he was arrogant or overestimating himself. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the Rahu blood mosquitoes flew back once again. As the number 1 divine beast under the demigod realm, how could it only have this bit of ability? After it flew back, its sharp beak suddenly let out a buzzing sound towards the sky. At the same time, the entire void began to tremble. In a distant place, blood clouds began to appear, spreading from all directions. Seeing the blood clouds, the teachers from the various colleges had a drastic change in expression. Blood mosquitoes swarm. This was a swarm of blood mosquitoes, also known as the blood mosquito cloud sea. Blood mosquitoes were extremely terrifying existences in the 9 provinces. Everywhere they passed, life would be plunged into misery and suffering, and everything would be sucked dry. According to legend, during the era of gods, there was a powerful being called the blood mosquito god. He raised several Rahu blood mosquitoes, but with these mosquitoes, he was able to kill many gods and dominate a region during the era of gods. The reason was precisely because of the swarm of blood mosquitoes. This was because these blood mosquitoes were extremely difficult to deal with, and they were almost indestructible. After forming a blood cloud, they could suck everything in their path, even the flesh and blood of gods. Unless the Rahu blood mosquitoes died, the blood mosquitoes would never retreat. This was also the reason why the gods had trapped the Rahu blood mosquitoes in the Garden of the Gods. If the Rahu blood mosquitoes were allowed to go to the myriad worlds, who in the myriad worlds would be able to stop them? Buzz. Buzz. Chapter 3543. Kill the Luoho blood mosquito. Lin Ling, why aren't you running? Many people in the various great temples began to roar. Lin Ling, run. Over at the Wind Snow Academy, the vice principal, Siluan and the rest were also shouting anxiously. Although they knew that Lin Ling couldn't hear them, they still wanted to remind Lin Ling. Unfortunately, even if Lin Ling heard them, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was standing in the void, slightly tilting his head, as if he could hear the cries of the blood mosquitoes in the distance. Bang! Lin Ling didn't retreat, but instead charged forward, once again pouncing towards the Luoho blood mosquito. His fist broke through the void, forming a sound wave and a light wave explosion. This punch was much more powerful than the ancestral power. It was the most ancient and the purest physical strength. Rumble! The Luoho blood mosquito was still roaring, summoning the blood mosquitoes. After being punched by Lin Ling, the wings on its body were a little scattered. However, it stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of hatred. It must kill this damned human. Although this human was a little powerful, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill it, because there wasn't much time left for this human. The blood mosquitoes were getting closer and closer. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the 4 seas and 8 wastelands were all red. The speed of the blood mosquitoes was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they flooded the entire void. There was only one way left for Lin Ling, and it was very short. He had to rush in that direction within half an instance's time and try to escape before the blood mosquitoes flooded the area. Lin Ling, run. The vice principal and the rest could see the escape route and they all roared. Lin Ling, hurry up. If you're any slower, The only way out will be blocked and you won't be able to escape. These blood mosquitoes can destroy gods. If you're trapped, even if you're a god, you'll still fall. Many people in the various academies whispered. However, Lin Ling still didn't escape. He actually pounced towards the Luoho blood mosquito again. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling's fists continued to explode, breaking through the void and forcing the big blood Luoho mosquito to retreat step by step. Moreover, the big blood Luoho mosquito was very fast, attempting to avoid Lin Ling's violent fists. However, Lin Ling's speed was not slow either. He continued to chase after it, and every punch caused the big blood Luoho mosquito's resentful gaze to become even more intense. However, when Lin Ling chased after the Rahu blood mosquitoes, his only path of retreat was blocked by the swarm of blood mosquitoes. Lin Ling had nowhere to run. This guy is really sick. He really wants to kill the Rahu blood mosquito. At this moment, no one doubted Lin Ling's determination. However, could Lin Ling succeed? He was only a saint. Could he create such a miracle? Rumble. In the void, Lin Ling attacked in a frenzy. However, the Rahu blood mosquito was worthy of being called the #1 divine beast below the half-deity realm. Even after being punched so many times by Lin Ling, it still didn't die. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the contrary, a large number of blood mosquitoes arrived. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived, and they flooded towards Lin Ling. At this moment, many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was doomed. Illusion God world. In the void, Lin Ling's expression was still cold, but he also let out a low roar. Countless Lin Ling appeared, and a magnificent world appeared. The blood mosquitoes were immediately attracted by the countless Lin Ling. They let out buzzing sounds and flooded towards him. What was frightening was that the powerful illusion god world collapsed under the blood mosquitoes' inundation in just 3 breaths. All the illusions of Lin Ling were sucked clean by the blood mosquitoes. Then, the blood mosquitoes flooded towards Lin Ling once again. Moreover, the blood mosquitoes from other directions also arrived and flooded the entire void. The various great temples could no longer see Lin Ling. They could only see a sea of blood. Moreover, if they looked carefully, they would discover that these were mosquitoes that made one's scalp tingle. It was terrifying. Lin Ling is dead. At this moment, no one believed that Lin Ling was still alive. Some felt regret, some sneered, and some were incomparably happy. Especially the new heavenly court, the Duan family, and the Flying Dragon organization. They were all shocked. This Lin Ling, who couldn't be killed no matter how many times they tried, finally died in the final world. Sigh, why was he so stupid? In the Snow Wind Academy, the vice principal and teacher Tsailuan were shaking their heads. Lin Ling clearly had the chance to escape, but he didn't. This led to his eventual death. They didn't know whether to say that Lin Ling was stupid or that Lin Ling was too stubborn. The pale-faced man, Kagura, laughed mockingly. Originally, he had wanted to send someone to stop Lin Ling, but now there was no need for that at all, because Lin Ling was already courting death. However, no one saw that within the surging blood mosquitoes, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His injured eyes had recovered by more than half. When he opened his eyes, there was a flicker of light. The #1 divine beast below the demigod level. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His hand touched his back, and the tyrannical song sword immediately appeared in his hand. At the same time, the sword gate on his back vibrated violently, and 18 divine swords shot out, cutting through the void and blooming with brilliant sword rainbows. True Inheritance Dark Sword. With Lin Ling's current strength, activating the True Inheritance Dark Sword would consume his life force. However, Lin Ling's Dragon God talent and Realm-Swallowing Beast talent had greatly improved. He could afford to consume his life force in a short period of time, and he could also recover it. Shio, shio, shio. As the blood mosquitoes flooded over, the 18 True Inheritance Dark Swords quickly passed by. At this moment, the Rahu blood mosquito was still buzzing. In its opinion, Lin Ling was dead for sure, but at this moment, it sensed that there were swords coming, like the swords of a god. Ch, ch, ch. Those swords were incomparably sharp, and with a touch of God's power, They immediately cut the Rahu blood mosquito into 18 pieces. The Rahu blood mosquito did not expect the young man from before to have such a technique. However, for the Rahu blood mosquito to be so infamous, it had more than just this ability. One of the 18 pieces of flesh wriggled and actually transformed into a new Rahu blood mosquito, which then immediately flew off into the distance. This Rahu blood mosquito had an immortal and indestructible body. No wonder it was so difficult to deal with. However, just as it moved, a murderous aura and demonic aura enveloped it, annihilating everything. In the sky, a sword stabbed down. This made the Rahu blood mosquito look up, and it was shocked. This was because in the sky, a completely black monster was holding a sword and slashing down, and that sword was very terrifying. It was even more ferocious than the blood mosquito's reputation. This was a demonic sword. This was a god-slaying sword. Shwa. A sword with endless murderous aura slashed down from the sky. The Rahu blood mosquito was immediately cut in two, but the immortal and indestructible blood mosquito split up again, trying to escape from that fatal sword. However, just as it revived and tried to escape, another sword slashed down. After that, every time the Rahu blood mosquito revived, a new sword would arrive instantly, killing everything. Chapter 35-44. The First Miracle. And in the void, Lin Ling was still standing there with his sword in hand. However, behind him, around him, and in the sky, the swarm of blood mosquitoes was less than 5 meters away from him. However, they had all stopped and were flying around like headless flies. Just a little bit more, and he, Lin Ling, would have been drowned by the swarm of blood mosquitoes and completely absorbed. But fortunately, at the critical moment, Lin Ling killed the Rahu blood mosquito. As expected of a terrifying existence left behind by the era of gods. I barely managed to kill it with all my strength. Moreover, if I had been a little slower, I would have been unable to escape this calamity. Lin Ling muttered to himself as a smile appeared on his face. Now, he had killed 3 divine beasts and passed the first test of the 3 divine tests. One had to admit that this test was indeed very difficult. It somewhat exceeded Lin Ling's imagination. No wonder Tian Ao and Luo Wuchang thought that it was impossible to become a master of Shen Sanhao. Bang! Lin Ling put away his sword and took a step forward. Buzz buzz buzz. The terrifying blood mosquitoes in the surroundings were still like headless flies as they scurried around. Lin Ling walked through the blood mosquitoes. At this moment, the people of the various great temples all thought that Lin Ling was dead and wanted to lock onto the images of the other experts. But at that moment, someone realized that the swarm of blood mosquitoes was squirming. It was as though the blood mosquitoes had turned into headless flies. Then, a pitch-black figure walked out from the endless blood mosquitoes. His eyes were already open, but they were flickering with light. Looking at that person, all of the 36 academies were in an uproar. It was Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling was not dead. This meant that he had killed the Rahu blood mosquito. Oh my God! How could a sage kill the number 1 divine beast below the demigod realm? This was simply a miracle. Most importantly, Lin Ling had already killed 3 divine beasts and completely passed. Moreover, he was the first person to successfully pass so far. Countless people stared fixedly at Lin Ling, their hearts rumbling like thunder. How is this possible? The people of the New Heavenly Court, the Flying Dragon Organization, and the Duan clan all roared. This was because this was the best time to kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling still managed to escape, causing them to be happy for nothing. It was infuriating. Bastard! The pale-faced man, Kagura, was so angry that he was breathing fire from his nostrils. It was said that the attack trial was the second most difficult of the 3 trials. This meant that Lin Ling had already passed 2 trials. After the endless blood mosquitoes dispersed, Lin Ling returned to his original form. He was still a little weak at the moment, but at that moment, a huge black cloud suddenly appeared not far away and rushed towards Lin Ling. This sudden scene caused the pale-faced Kagura and the others to be overjoyed. They could also see that the current Lin Ling was very weak. Any mythological beast could take Lin Ling's life. However, The mythological beast that appeared in front of Linling was also an extremely difficult existence to deal with. It had the title of being immortal and indestructible. Although Linling has passed, he has yet to be recognized by the gods. In the process, he might die. Perhaps this is what they mean by extreme joy begets sorrow, The elites of the new heavenly court, the Duan clan, and the others were all dancing with joy. This time, Linling was dead for sure. This time, Linling wanted to make them happy for nothing? In his dreams. At that moment, in the void, Linling frowned as he looked at the black cloud in front of him. Linling was very familiar with this mythological beast. This was because this huge black cloud was the realm-swallowing beast. However, compared to Linling's adult form, this realm-swallowing beast was clearly in the stage of a child. At that moment, the realm-swallowing beast opened its mouth wide and wanted to swallow Linling. Scram! Linling narrowed his eyes and suddenly shouted angrily. The majestic aura of a king spread out like a storm. The realm-swallowing beast opened its mouth wide and suddenly trembled. The next moment, it turned into a black cloud and fled. It fled very quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This change made the pale-faced man, Kagura, and the others in the new heavenly court open their mouths wide. Their expressions were abnormally ugly. This time, they were happy for nothing again. It was as if they had seen a peerless beauty, and the beauty had agreed to have a romantic relationship with them. However, at the critical moment, the beauty had taken off her clothes and turned out to be a man. This was the feeling. It was more disgusting than eating a fly. Linling of the Snow Wind Academy has passed. At the same time, an ancient voice came from the void. Linling, good job. Brother Linling, you are so cool. Our Snow Wind Academy's Linling is the first to pass. Linling, I love you to death. After a short moment of silence, a large number of women's voices came from the Snow Wind Academy. As for the 36 academies, they were also shocked. They were not surprised that Linling was the first to pass, but they were surprised by Linling's cultivation realm. Linling was actually at the sage stage. In the history of the 36 academies, Linling was the first to pass the attack stage with a sage stage cultivation. It had to be said that this was really a miracle. Interesting. After passing the attack stage, the speed stage should not be able to stop him. What's left is the defense stage. Maybe he will fail in the defense stage, but he might also pass and become the first sage stage expert of the Divine Three Halls. Let's wait and see. The various teachers and deans of the 36 academies were all muttering to themselves. This guy has passed. Next, it's our turn. Yeah, Linling has only joined the God-slaying alliance for a short period of time. He has always been weaker than us, but now, the gap between us is getting smaller and smaller. However, Sakura, Menglu, and Wanguwuji are all monsters. Those who follow Linling are not weaklings. On the other side of the void, two men looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. If Linling was here, he would definitely be surprised to find that these two people were actually acquaintances of the God-slaying alliance. Moreover, they were also students of the 36 academies. As time passed, more and more people passed. Of course, there were also many who failed. But overall, there were still many people who passed the test from the two academies, Snow Wind Academy and E-Garden. The second stage was the speed stage. It was said that this stage was the easiest of the three stages. All the experts who passed the stage appeared in the void again and were separated into two worlds. One was for the Snow Wind Academy and the other was for the E-Garden. Both sides were tested separately. Linling stood in the void with the Snow Wind Academy's people who passed the test. Linling, you're really lucky. Looking at Linling, the experts of the Snow Wind Academy's Divine Three Halls grumbled unhappily. Linling actually became the first student to pass the attack stage. This made them lose all their face. Moreover, Linling had made fun of them not long ago, causing them to lose face in the 36 academies. Therefore, they were unhappy when they saw Linling. Although the speed stage is simple, those who don't have a certain speed will definitely fail. Linling, you're going to fail miserably. Chapter 35-45. Speed test. The others nodded their heads in anticipation, as if they had already seen Lin Ling fail. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at them, as if he was too lazy to look at a group of idiots. This was because this group of people did not see how he defeated the Luoho blood mosquito. Otherwise, they would not dare to say such things. But the people in the sacred hall knew how terrifying Lin Ling's speed was. If he, Lin Ling, failed, then 70% of the people in this group would fail. The speed test was in the void. There were large numbers of ancient divine birds. The participating disciples must not be touched by any of the divine birds within an incense stick's time, or else they would fail. One had to know that this was the God Queen's garden. The divine birds that appeared here were definitely not weak. Phoenixes, vermilion birds, Kuan, Baifeng, golden crow and other divine birds were extremely common. And the difficulty of the test increased as time passed. The number of divine birds also increased. At the same time, the test began. In the void, large numbers of gorgeous divine birds appeared. They flew beautifully, like meteors. Lu Yun failed. Why didn't I get touched by the divine birds? Look at your crotch. There are burn marks there. You were burned by the vermilion bird's flames. An ancient voice came from the void. It seemed to be the voice of the sacred Knight of Gods. No wonder I always felt that the area between my legs was very cool. Although the speed test was simple, there were still many experts who failed. This was because even if they could avoid the attacks of the divine birds, they could not guarantee that they would not be touched by the divine birds. Basically, without a speed of 500 worlds and above, most of them failed. This Yi Fan is not bad. He reached a speed of 600 worlds. His talent is related to light, increasing his speed greatly. Some students had great talent, reaching the 6th grade ultimate desolate body. They were able to display the power of their talent and barely lasted for an incense stick's time. But in general, most of the experts from the 3rd hall who participated in the Snow Wind Academy's test failed. Next, Lin Ling. In the void, the ancient voice came out again. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. In the sacred hall of the Snow Wind Academy, a large number of female screams immediately came out. The current Lin Ling was even more popular than before. In fact, there were quite a number of girls from the other academies who were secretly staring at that figure, their eyes filled with a fiery glow. Lin Ling, it's undeniable that your attack test is indeed formidable, but you'll definitely fail in the speed test. We'll wait for you to fall from the altar into the abyss and lose all face. That's right. Speed depends on talent. I don't believe you can be faster than us. Many of the defeated experts of the 3rd Divine Hall sneered. The more attention Lin Ling received, the more unbalanced they felt. A newcomer dared to steal their limelight? However, the white-faced man and the others in the temple didn't think so. They clearly saw how terrifying Lin Ling's speed was during the previous assessment. They didn't see the experts of the 3rd hall who were still in the assessment, so they dared to say this. Then I'll show you what speed is. At this moment, Lin Ling disdainfully smiled and strode into the void in front of him. Previously, he had seen everyone's assessment, so he didn't put this test in his eyes at all. As soon as he arrived in the void, 3 huge phoenixes flew over with long tails like lightning. Lin Ling smiled faintly and his godly devil body erupted. The speed of 600 worlds appeared. Buzz, buzz. The 3 phoenixes couldn't catch up with Lin Ling's speed. They kept flying in the open space, drawing a gorgeous picture. This speed test is not difficult for Lin Ling at all. Many people stared at Lin Ling's world and kept shaking their heads. They had seen Lin Ling's battle before, so they knew that Lin Ling's speed was not as simple as 600 worlds. As for the experts of the Snow Wind Academy who were taking the assessment with Lin Ling, their faces were ugly and they were shocked. Lin Ling's strength was once again beyond their imagination. Buzz, buzz. Gradually, more and more divine birds flew out. Yellow Sand Flame Phoenix, Jewel Evil Divine Vulture, Earth Shaking Martin, and even some divine birds turned into an ancient forest that covered half of the void. This caused the area where Lin Ling could dodge to become smaller and smaller. However, Lin Ling's speed was not as simple as 600 worlds. With his talent fusion, 800 worlds erupted and all the divine birds were dodged by him. Moreover, Lin Ling's soul force was very strong. When the divine birds were about to approach, he could predict in advance and narrowly avoid them. Impossible, those divine birds have divine light protecting their bodies, which can reflect the martial artist's divination and calculation method. I tried to use the heaven and earth audiovisual great technique before, but I couldn't detect the traces of the divine birds. How could Lin Ling know the movements of the divine birds in advance? Seeing that Lin Ling still had not failed, the experts of the Shunsan Hall were incomparably jealous. Because a martial artist of the Shunsan Hall was more powerful than them, how could they put down their faces? And as time passed, more and more divine birds flew out. However, Lin Ling still calmly faced them, which caused the Wind Snow Academy's holy hall to burst into cheers like waves. The white-faced man, Kagura, coldly snorted. Although he already knew that Lin Ling could pass, seeing Lin Ling so relaxed, he was still extremely unhappy in his heart. Because in this test of speed, so far, Lin Ling was the only one who could face it so casually. Although the other disciples could pass, they were clearly in a difficult situation. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed quietly, but Lin Ling did not exit. He had entered a strange state of intoxication. This was because there were more and more divine birds in the entire void, causing Lin Ling to use the wind and rain myriad realms technique. His speed was constantly stimulated. The distance to the final world technique was getting closer and closer. And the divine paladins from the gods did not stop Lin Ling. Instead, they wanted to see how many divine birds Lin Ling could withstand. In the void, the number of divine birds had already reached 500. These divine birds were constantly flying, drawing gorgeous patterns in the void. It was a very beautiful scene, extremely rare. And the experts of the 36 academies were completely shocked. 500 divine birds. They did not dare to imagine that this Lin Ling had once again broken the speed record. Because in the previous assessment of the Wind Snow Academy, at most, faced 70 to 80 divine birds. 600, this kid is really crazy. I really don't understand what kind of talent he has. How can his speed be so fast? TSK, Wind Snow Academy recruited a good seedling. The teachers of the major academies said enviously. And now, there was no space to dodge in the void, there were divine birds everywhere. Lin Ling's failure seemed to be only a matter of time, but even so, Lin Ling had created a new record and completely passed. Wait a minute, look, those divine birds are not flying, but hovering in one place. Chapter 3546. E-Garden. In the void, the divine birds that should have occupied the entire void were not flying everywhere at the moment. Instead, they kept flying in one place as if they were spinning in circles, forming a beautiful vortex. Lin Ling stood in the distance, calm and composed. Could it be? Some teachers' eyes narrowed as they thought of a possibility. Those divine birds were confused by Lin Ling's speed, causing them to be unable to distinguish the direction and unable to find any trace of Lin Ling. What kind of martial art did Lin Ling use? Its origin should not be small. It actually has the power of wind and rain, and can bewitch those divine birds. Even Snow Wind Academy's vice principal's face was solemn. He never thought that Lin Ling would have this kind of martial art. He guessed that this martial art must have been left behind by a god. However, his guess was not wrong. This wind and rain myriad worlds technique came from Nanwo Wind and Rain Treasure God. Finally, the voice of a divine knight came out from the void. Lin Ling also left the void step by step. He was calm and collected. Even if the sky collapsed, he would not be alarmed. Looking at the blue-robed man, the 36 academies' holy halls were silent. This was the first time everyone had seen such a scene of passing. It was simply unimaginable. The most frightening thing was that this Lin Ling was only in the Saint Realm. As the Snow Wind Academy's assessment ended, in the other world, the E-Garden also ended. Although compared to Lin Ling's dazzling results, the E-Garden did not have any outstanding areas, but the number of experts who passed was much more. Did Lin Ling pass? Yes. I received news that Lin Ling passed. Moreover, his result was the best in the Snow Wind Academy's world. Hee hee. Hee hee, this guy is going to compete with us in the last round. I wonder if he will be surprised when he sees us. Yes. We definitely will. However, we shouldn't be too complacent. The E-Garden is ranked 4th among the 36 academies. There are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. Those people ranked above us, we must defeat them in the defense assessment. Yes. Over at the E-Garden, the 2 people who had just passed were chatting with smiles. They were also looking forward to the final assessment because they would be able to completely reunite with the son of Demon, Lin Ling. After the 2-world speed assessment ended, the last level of defense, the Trial of the Gods, arrived. This was the most difficult of the 3 trials of the gods because it was also the top of the Transcendence Tower. It was said that the Ethereal Tower was an ancient tower that led directly to the gods. It floated in the void, and it was one of the treasures of the 36 academies. Basically, every expert who was confident in themselves would try their best to pass the first 2 trials of the gods and gather in the final trial, the Tongshan Tower. This was because not only could the Tongshan Tower lead directly to the gods, but it also had a great power that could increase a martial artist's strength in all aspects. Realm, talent, ancestral power, etc. There was once an expert who had ascended from the 4th level martial progenitor realm to the 7th level martial progenitor realm using the Ethereal Tower. Transcendence, transcendence of the transcended, transcendence, 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 transcended transcendence to the transcendence ins transcended transcendence. It could be said that Transcendence Tower could save a warrior 100 years, or even 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. It could be said to be a cultivation accelerator. There were even experts who deliberately did not enter the god list so that they could pass the Transcendence Tower a few more times. Due to various reasons, the Transcendence Tower had left behind countless legends in the history of the final world. Under the gazes of the 36 Academy's experts, the experts of the Snow Wind Academy and the E-Garden gathered in a world of void. This world was pitch black and extremely ancient, as if it was a fragment of the void left behind by the gods. There weren't many people in the Snow Wind Academy who could reach the final stage. Among them, the more famous ones were Lin Ling, a girl called Yehua, and another called Tang Dong. Of course, in terms of fame, they were still slightly inferior to Lin Ling and the others. Looking at the E-Garden, there were many experts who could reach the 3rd stage of the gods. Because the E-Garden was ranked 4th among the 36 academies, the experts of the entire E-Garden were obviously more powerful. Looking at the experts of the 2 academies, the faces of the 36 academies experts in the Sacred Hall turned solemn. Because of the experts who were about to pass the final stage, a portion of them would appear on the god list. The void was very quiet, but a moment later, a void storm appeared, as if foreshadowing the extraordinary events of today. Rumble. In just a moment, a huge white ancient tower appeared in the void. This ancient tower emitted a myriad of colors, and the top of the tower was like a pearl. A ray of starlight actually illuminated the entire void. At this moment, the faces of the experts in the void turned solemn. In fact, everyone in the Sacred Hall of the 36 academies was the same. Looking at the mysterious ancient tower, a sense of reverence appeared in their hearts, as if they were looking at a god. God, the most famous existence in the final world. Unfortunately, there were only a few people who could see a god. And there was hope to see a god in the Transcendence Tower. Although it was just a glimpse, it was still a supreme glory. Taking a closer look, this Transcendence Tower had a total of 9 levels. It seemed that if one could reach the 9th level, they would be able to see a god. However, in the endless history of the Transcendence Tower, no one had ever reached the 9th level. So far, the best result was someone who reached the 8th level, and when they reached the 822nd step, they failed completely. And this 822nd step was also the best result in the 36 academies, and no one had ever surpassed it. The expert who had achieved the best result was still talked about enthusiastically, and his name was passed down through the ages. In the void, all the experts were looking at the Transcendence Tower. Although the Transcendence Tower was huge, Compared to the experience of the experts, they had seen even bigger ancient towers. However, the Transcendence Tower had a divine charm to it. It was tall and majestic, and it made the experts feel that the most majestic tower they had ever seen in their lives was none other than the Transcendence Tower. Perhaps in their hearts, it was no longer a tower, but a sky. A sky of gods. Bang. At this moment, the experts in the void suddenly wriggled, and a man with long white hair walked out indifferently. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the Transcendence Tower in the distance. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he stood there motionlessly, like an ancient war god. E-Garden's Wu Zun, currently in the E-Garden, among the experts who had yet to enter the god list, he was ranked third. And although this Wu Zun had yet to enter the god list, his strength was actually more powerful than many experts on the god list. Everyone's eyes were filled with worship. Experts were respected no matter where they went. But at this time, another wave of energy rippled out, and the crowd split apart. Following that, 3 beautiful women walked out calmly. These 3 women were all very beautiful, each with their own charm. Moreover, they were all extremely powerful. It's the 3 beauties of the E-Garden. Wow! So beautiful! Oomph! Oomph! You people from the Snow Wind Academy have a feast for your eyes. Such top beauties only appear in our E-Garden. Oomph! Chapter 3547. Young Master Yao. However, just take a look. Don't have any improper thoughts because the 3 beauties of E-Garden are already taken. Yes. The experts of E-Garden reminded him. For the experts of Snow Wind Academy, this was their first time seeing the 3 beauties of E-Garden. Originally, they had some strange thoughts in their hearts, but now, they did not dare to. The flowers are already taken. This meant that the top experts of E-Garden had taken a fancy to them. With their strength, how could they dare to touch them? The 3 goddesses' expressions were indifferent as they heard the discussions around them. They quietly lifted their pure white necks and walked past the crowd like white swans. Their beautiful eyes didn't care about the mortals around them at all. Instead, they stared at the pure white ancient pagoda in the distance. Looking at their backs, the crowd licked their lips again. Get lost? Yes. But at this time, an angry shout rang out. Following that, a man less than 1.5 meters tall swaggered out with his hands behind his back. But after seeing this person, everyone's face changed greatly. Someone said nervously, could it be the number 1 expert of E-Garden who has yet to enter the god list, Lord Long? Yes. Not even 1.5 meters tall, with a burly body and a wild aura. That's right, it's him. I heard that this guy is very domineering. He eats all his opponents. He eats people without spitting out their bones. Tsk, although he's not tall, he's domineering. Yes. Many people exclaimed, especially the experts of Snow Wind Academy. Each of them felt a huge pressure. Compared to E-Garden, Snow Wind Academy was still much weaker. Lord Long wants to reach the top of the 8th floor, break the record in the history of God's Tower, and meet the gods. Yes. Suddenly, an expert of E-Garden said proudly, as if he was Lord Long. Snow Wind Academy's experts' faces changed, and endless yearning appeared in their eyes. Lord Long is indeed powerful. Could it be that he wants to surpass the record of the 8th floor and reach the 9th floor? Lord Long's face was still calm in the face of everyone's burning gazes. His burning eyes were still staring at the God's Tower, as if the only thing in the world in his eyes was the ancient tower that leads to the world of gods. In fact, he had come to the God's Tower 100 years ago, but in the end he only reached the 7th floor and did not surpass his predecessors. This was his biggest regret. Therefore, in the end he gave up on the test and did not enter the divine list. He had bitterly cultivated for 100 years and had finally gained some enlightenment. Today, he had come to break the record. Not only did he want to surpass his predecessors, he also wanted to meet the gods. At this moment, he was no different from a statue, a martial arts fanatic. In his eyes, the only thing that mattered to him was the 9th level of the ethereal tower. Because of this, even when the 3 beauties of the E-Garden looked at him, he remained indifferent. And this was Lord Long, who was ranked first in this assessment. However, not long after, another black-haired man walked out. This person wore the long robes of the E-Garden. His long hair casually fell to his shoulders, giving off an extremely gloomy feeling. Upon seeing this black-haired man, everyone subconsciously made way for him. The black-haired man swept his gaze across the crowd. Wherever he passed, the experts would subconsciously lower their heads. Although they were martial ancestors, the ancestors of the martial way, they were still like ants when they encountered experts stronger than them. Upon closer inspection, the black-haired man had a scar on his face that stretched from his left eyebrow all the way to his right mouth. It was extremely hideous. The fact that the slash was able to leave a mark on the martial progenitor's face proved how extraordinary it was. The black-haired man's name was Du Cho, and he was from the New Heavenly Court. He was also ranked second in this assessment. Most importantly, this person was extremely vicious and merciless. When he killed someone, he would torture them to death. Once, someone from the southern border had offended him, and he had chopped off all their limbs and buried them in a vat. He had also placed a large amount of spiritual herbs in the vat to ensure that the person in the vat would not die. Later on, when an expert passed by that realm, he was immediately frightened because that realm was filled with water vats. Everyone was buried in the vats, and they were living a life worse than death. All sorts of painful groans could be heard from that realm every day. This person was even more terrifying than Lord Long. After all, Lord Long only killed his opponents and did not torture them. On the other hand, Du Cho killed both the good and the bad. He did not let the strong or the weak go. In an instant, almost all the experts of the E-Garden had gathered. The first was Lord Long, the second was Du Cho, and the third was Wu Zun. However, these three people's goal was to break the record, while the others' goal was to pass the assessment. Therefore, there was no conflict between their goals. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the opening of the ethereal tower. Even Prince Majin is here. Wasn't that guy crippled by Du Cho? I saw Prince Majin's limbs being chopped off by Du Cho with my own eyes. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. Among the crowd, a burly man stood there like a puppet. He was none other than Majin Tianzi. Prince Majin? On the Snow Wind Academy's side, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. Prince Majin, the second leader of the Godslayer Alliance, was actually here. Could it be that he was an expert of the E-Garden? Without a doubt, Lin Ling was incomparably surprised. However, after thinking about it, he understood. All along, Lin Ling wasn't the strongest in the Godslayer Alliance. For example, young Master Yao, Prince Imogene, and the others were all more powerful than Lin Ling. Therefore, it wasn't strange for them to arrive at the final world before Lin Ling. Prince Majin is here. Young Beast Lord, where is Ye Shui? Then, Lin Ling's eyes wandered around. Indeed, beside Prince Majin, he saw a strange man. It was young Beast Lord. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. He walked out from the Snow Wind Academy's side and walked towards young Beast Lord. Lin Ling, what are you doing? That's E-Garden's matter. Our Snow Wind Academy should not interfere. Is this Lin Ling crazy? E-Garden is much stronger than us. How can our Snow Wind Academy interfere with their own internal strife? Just ignore him. He thinks he's a big shot just because he got first place in the attack and speed tests. He doesn't know that in the 3 tests, the most important one is the defense test. This is the real battlefield for experts. Many people in the Snow Wind Academy sneered. The experts of the E-Garden also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Although they knew that Lin Ling was a dark horse and had created miracles, miracles were miracles. It did not mean that Lin Ling was strong. The defensive assessment was the real battlefield for experts. Lin Ling was not qualified to participate in such a battle. Lin Ling, I finally see you. Young Beast Lord and Prince Majin stared at Lin Ling. They were not surprised that Lin Ling had appeared because they had been paying attention to Lin Ling since a long time ago. Long time no see. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward, ignoring the gazes of the experts of the E-Garden. He then said lightly, You guys seem to have encountered some trouble. It's just a small matter. Chapter 35:48. I'll break your ear. Oh. Lin Ling was surprised. Mojin Tianzi was from the Shi Ghost tribe, one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Since he was injured, it meant that Du Chou was extremely powerful. Do you need help? Lin Ling asked immediately. As a member of the God-Slayer Alliance, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. However, many people in the E-Garden laughed disdainfully. Lin Ling thought too highly of himself. He dared to challenge Du Chou as a saint. He didn't know how terrifying Du Chou and the others were. Du Chou shook his head and didn't even look at Lin Ling. In his mind, Lin Ling wasn't even qualified to be looked at, let alone be his opponent. Maybe young Beast Lord was qualified. No need, we can handle it ourselves. Our goal in participating in the 3 tests is to defeat them. Young Beast Lord smiled confidently. As the leader of the God-Slayer Alliance, he wouldn't let Lin Ling look down on him. Mojin Tianzi looked at Lin Ling and said, Du Chou, an expert from the new heavenly court. He didn't say much, but Lin Ling immediately understood why young Beast Lord and the others were targeting Du Chou. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. In the final world, only an expert like Du Chou could arouse people's passion. He knew very well that if they could make young Beast Lord and the others suffer, it meant that they were extremely powerful. Lord Long, Wu Zun, and the others ignored Lin Ling. They only looked at young Beast Lord and Mojin Tianzi. They knew that these 2 were the real enemies. However, even if they didn't want to make a move on Lin Ling, it didn't mean that the others in the E-Garden wouldn't do it. A few of them were staring at Lin Ling with ill intentions. Then they walked out. Bing Hua and Xian Jin came from Yuanjue Academy, but because they accidentally killed someone, they came to the E-Garden. They had a good relationship with us, but now, you killed them? The strength of these people was not weak. The leader was 2 meters tall and had a general's belly. When he walked, his belly swayed left and right. When he arrived in front of Lin Ling, he was like a giant looking down at Lin Ling. At the side, young Master Yao and the others frowned, but they didn't do anything. They knew that Lin Ling was the 4th leader of the God-Slaying Alliance and had his own pride. They didn't have the qualifications to help with such a trivial matter. Otherwise, they would be humiliating Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was as calm as ever as he looked at them. He knew that Third Fire and Profound Gold were the 2 idiot brothers he had encountered while killing the White Tiger. At that time, Hua Qingyun blocked everything. Although there is no evidence to prove that you killed them, I am sure that you did it. The man with the belly of a general said indifferently. Sage Realm, I really don't understand where you got the strength to kill the Third Fire brothers. Another person beside him said coldly. They were also in the assessment and weren't in the temple, so they didn't see the battle between Lin Ling and the Luoho blood mosquito. Naturally, they didn't know the depth of Lin Ling's strength. Those 2 idiot brothers were indeed killed by me. Do you have any objections? At this moment, Lin Ling said plainly, Idiot brothers? As soon as these words were spoken, those people were enraged. Many people from the E-Garden also frowned. Although they were not familiar with the Binghuo brothers, they were still part of the E-Garden. How could they be humiliated by the people from the Snow Wind Academy? You have guts to kill the Third Fire brothers and still dare to admit it. But I know why you are so arrogant. You think that we don't dare to kill you, so you are unscrupulous. But let me tell you, although under the eyes of the gods, people from the various academies are not allowed to kill each other, if you lose an arm or a leg, the gods won't care. Do you understand what I'm saying? The man with a general's belly kept talking, each voice louder than the last. What he said was indeed the truth. In the final world, cultivators can't kill at will, but it doesn't mean that they can't cripple others. And such a thing, the gods naturally won't care. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Ling suddenly understood and nodded. He could naturally see the strength of these people. To be honest, he didn't put them in his eyes. Only Du Jiao and the others could enter Lin Ling's eyes. Thank you? The man with the general's belly was stunned. What did this mean? Senior brother, he means to thank us for reminding him. He wants to cripple us now. Someone next to him reacted and immediately said fiercely. How dare you? The man with the general's belly was furious. The experts of the E-Garden narrowed their eyes. This Snowwind Academy cultivator was too arrogant. Did he think that the E-Garden didn't exist? Although Lin Ling passed the attack assessment as a Sage Realm cultivator and set the first record. But a record is just a record. It doesn't mean that Lin Ling is strong. As for the experts of the Snowwind Academy, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling is really a madman. He actually dares to provoke the E-Garden, which is ranked 4th among the 36 academies. I'll break your ear. At this moment, the man with a general's belly burst out with a powerful aura. What's terrifying is that his talent is the 5th grade Divine Moon Rabbit. Such a tall and sturdy man's talent is actually the cute Divine Moon Rabbit. This could not help but shock everyone. And the Divine Moon Rabbit's speed is very fast. Although the man with a general's belly looks clumsy, his attack speed is also extremely fast. His palm turned into a knife and chopped towards Lin Ling's ear. Moreover, this knife was silent. In the crowd, Touch the Gold Sun frowned. He didn't know Lin Ling's strength. He only knew that Lin Ling passed the attack assessment as a Sage Realm cultivator. That's all. He immediately wanted to help, but at this moment, an arm stopped him. It was young Beastmaster. Furthermore, young Beastmaster shook his head at him. Since His Excellency Lin Ling dares to face him, he must have his own ideas. We can't disturb him. Young Beastmaster thought highly of himself and didn't place anyone in his eyes. However, he had always respected Lin Ling. Touch the Gold Sun immediately thought of the God Vanquishing plan and the death of Martial God Qilin. He immediately nodded and stopped attacking. And at this moment, Lin Ling calmly stared at his opponent's attack. He instantly determined that his opponent had a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. Lin Ling's body immediately turned pitch black. Innate fusion transformation. His speed instantly reached 800 world speed. Before the man's attack arrived, he slashed out with his sword. Cold light flashed and blood spurted out. Following that, an ear fell to the ground. Following that, a painful scream was heard. The fat man was holding his ear and looking at Lin Ling in horror. He unleashed his innate talent and attacked at 600 world speed. However, before he could chop off Lin Ling's ear, his own ear was chopped off. Most importantly, his innate talent was the Divine Moon Rabbit. His hearing was the most terrifying and he could hear the sounds of 10,000 worlds. However, he couldn't hear Lin Ling's sword. You're courting death. Chapter 3549. Because you're not qualified enough. Only the people from the 36 sacred academies didn't find this scene strange. That man thought that he had the Mystic Moon Rabbit and his attack speed was fast, but he didn't know that after Lin Ling transformed, even the Raho blood mosquito couldn't escape from his fist. Therefore, the man was simply courting death. However, he could not be blamed because when Lin Ling fought the Luoho blood mosquito alone, the people who were still in the assessment could not see it. You have some ability. At this moment, the people from the E-Garden were shocked, and Wu Zun narrowed his eyes. Of course, they were only surprised and thought that the man was careless. Otherwise, he would not have been subdued by a Sage Stage Junior. As for the man with the general's belly, after he calmed down, he naturally thought so too. He must have been careless. Now, he had one of his ears cut off. If he did not get back at him, how could he face others in the E-Garden in the future? Boom! The man immediately exploded with all his realm essence. This time, he did not underestimate his opponent. The Moon Rabbit appeared behind him, and with a flash of moonlight he burst out with a speed faster than light. Seeing this, the people from the 36 academies were shocked. Those who could reach the last stage of the 3 divine tests were indeed worthy of their reputation. Bang! At the same time, a dull sound rang out. The man was like the Moon Rabbit's leg, and his fists smashed onto Lin Ling's chest. The power of this kick was extremely terrifying, and could easily break through 10,000 realms. In the Martial Ancestor realm, no one below the late stage of the Martial Ancestor realm could block it. At this moment, many people in the E-Garden laughed. This brat from the Wind Snow Academy was still alive. However, the smoke was still spreading and gradually dissipating. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling was still standing there quietly. Dragon scales had appeared on his chest, blocking the man's fists. Swoosh! At the same time, sword light flashed, and blood spurted out again. Since you don't want your ear, I'll cut it off for you. But another ear fell into the void, and the scarlet blood stimulated everyone's heart. This time, it was not carelessness. Most importantly, this Lin Ling actually took a direct hit from the divine moon rabbit, and even used it to counterattack. This terrifying counterattack also cut off 2 of the rabbit's ears. The most terrifying thing about the rabbit, other than its speed, was its ears. However, without its ears, its battle prowess was undoubtedly reduced by half. Sure enough, the fat man spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked extremely dispirited, like a deflated balloon. Most terrifyingly, his cultivation dropped rapidly from the 7th layer martial progenitor realm to the 5th layer martial progenitor realm, then the 1st layer martial progenitor realm, and finally the martial saint realm. It seemed like his ultimate desolate body had been broken, causing his cultivation level to plummet. The experts of the E-Garden all frowned. The huge contrast in front of them undoubtedly made them feel that it was very unreal. This Snow Wind Academy's younger generation, his talent was not simple. Everyone, avenge me! At this moment, the fat man's face was pale as he roared. His ears had been severed by Lin Ling, and even his cultivation had been crippled. How could he swallow this anger? Cripple him! The experts who were on good terms with the fat man shouted coldly at this moment. Someone moved the fastest and had already pounced at Lin Ling. Of course, with so many people watching, he obviously did not dare to kill Lin Ling. However, crippling Lin Ling was something that could not be avoided. However, before the person could reach Lin Ling, an ice-cold sword hung in front of his neck. Swoosh! Furthermore, with a flash of sword light, something extremely familiar happened. An ear fell to the ground. Who do you think you are to cripple me? Lin Ling's sword was still hanging by the man's neck as he spoke coldly. At this moment, all the people who had wanted to attack Lin Ling stopped. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. Another ear cut? Subconsciously, they felt a chill in their ears, as if their ears had been cut off by someone. In fact, Lin Ling's speed was too fast and his methods were extremely ruthless. He specialized in cutting off people's ears. Kid, the Snow Wind Academy is ranked last among the 36 academies. It can't be compared to the E-Garden. Aren't you afraid of provoking the E-Garden? That person was threatened by the sword, but he did not believe that Lin Ling would dare to kill him, so he spoke coldly. Who does the E-Garden think you are? However, Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. The sword in his hand flashed and blood immediately gushed out. Another ear fell to the ground. This person's ears were also cut off. Just like the fat man before, his ears were cut off in front of everyone's eyes. Since you can't understand human language, your ears are useless. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. These words seemed to be a reminder, but when it fell into the ears of the experts of the E-Garden, it seemed to be filled with endless sarcasm. Cutting off ears? This person from the Snow Wind Academy was too arrogant. The experts of the E-Garden, at this moment, their faces were incomparably cold. They never thought that a mere junior from the Snow Wind Academy would dare to be so arrogant. As for the warriors of the Snow Wind Academy, each of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. The final assessment of the 3 divine tests had actually turned into a battle between Lin Ling and the E-Garden. And in the sacred hall of the 36 academies, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They never thought that the miracle creator, Lin Ling, would be so arrogant. Kid, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Cutting off people's ears, this is too much of a bully. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The one who spoke was actually the 3rd-ranked Wu Zun. Hearing this, Lin Ling looked at Wu Zun and smiled faintly. Too much of a bully? When the experts of the E-Garden attacked him, why didn't Wu Zun stand up and speak? Right now, the experts of the E-Garden had their ears cut off and this Wu Zun ran out to say that he was bullying? What are you laughing at? Seeing Lin Ling looking at him with disdain, Wu Zun immediately frowned. I'm laughing. Who do you think you are to actually speak to me in such a tone? Lin Ling shook his head again and withdrew the sword in his hand. However, with a kick of his leg, the power of the 8,000 worlds erupted and sent the man in front of him flying like a cannonball. This action was undoubtedly even more insolent. This was directly bullying the people of the E-Garden in front of the 3 strongest people of the E-Garden. Kid, let me give you a word of advice. Don't be too arrogant. Wu Zun's voice immediately became gloomy and terrifying. However, before he could speak, Lin Ling had already interrupted him indifferently. There's no need to send me off, because you're not qualified. When Lin Ling's words floated out, everyone was shocked. Moreover, the 36 academies were also shocked. You're not qualified. Lin Ling actually used such a tone to speak to Wu Zun of the E-Garden? Wu Zun was a powerhouse ranked 3rd in the current assessment. How could such an expert be provoked by a mere stage expert? This Lin Ling was dead meat. Perhaps he would implicate all the warriors of the Wind Snow Academy today. Chapter 3550. The 3 leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance. Everyone could clearly sense that this cold energy came from Wu Zun's body. Moreover, this cold energy was mixed with many different kinds of auras. There was majesty, killing intent, tyranny, nirvana, and so on. After they fused together, it was like the majesty of a god. However, no one was surprised by Wu Zun's anger. Anyone would be enraged to be provoked by a newcomer at the Saint Realm. The strong naturally had their own pride. It seems that I don't have to say anything. Although I can't kill people here, I'll tell you that I'll definitely cripple you. Wu Zun took a step forward, and countless Arhat Dharma images appeared behind him. They were majestic, as if gods and Buddhas had arrived. Leave him to me. However, at this moment, an emotionless voice suddenly sounded. Then, a cracking sound was heard as if a metal man had walked out of the void. He was the Prince of Fortune. Everyone was stunned when they saw Prince Mo Jin's almost metallic face. One had to admit that Prince Mo Jin had a tall stature and a cold aura. He gave off an extremely strong sense of majesty. However, many sneered after recalling the recent battle at the E-Garden. Prince Mo Jin fought against Du Cho in that battle. In the end, Prince Mo Jin was crippled by Du Cho. His entire body was torn to pieces and could be considered a cripple. And now, the Golden Prince had actually come out to show off? Has this guy been beaten silly? You still dare to be arrogant at this time? You've already been crippled, yet you still think of yourself as a former expert? Are you crazy? It's just a sick cat. After a moment of silence, the E-Garden experts all let out mocking laughter. Du Cho glanced at Prince Mo Jin contemptuously. He was the one who had destroyed Prince Mo Jin in the great battle back then. It was already a miracle that this guy didn't die. Now, he wanted to play the hero? Wu Zun narrowed his eyes. His eyes flashed as he said coldly, "You cripple, do you think you haven't been crippled thoroughly enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, the countless golden arhats behind him started chanting ancient Buddhist scriptures, shaking the entire void. A gigantic arhat vajra palm, which seemed to have come from ancient times, pressed down on gold digging heaven. It felt like a meteor streaking across the void, causing the entire void to shine brightly. A wave of frightening might came crashing down. The expressions of all the powerhouses changed drastically. Wu Zun was ranked 3rd in this assessment, and just based on his aura alone, there were indeed not many people present who could compare to him. Prince Mo Jin was also an expert of the E-Garden. Moreover, he was the dark horse of the E-Garden. If he had not been defeated by Du Cho, no one would have dared to underestimate him, not even Wu Zun. However, ever since Mo Jin Tianzi was crippled, who would still take him seriously? This Wu Zun is quite capable. Lin Ling's eyes also flashed. He guessed that Wu Zun's strength was probably among the experts of the 3rd hall of the Snow Wind Academy. There were not many people who could fight with him. He was just about to lend a hand, but after a moment of hesitation he fell silent. He could see that Prince Mo Jin had many enemies in the E-Garden, and these enemies were undoubtedly challenges for him. Only by surpassing these challenges could Prince Mo Jin become stronger. Therefore, when Prince Mo Jin surpassed these challenges, Lin Ling did not want to interfere and disrupt Prince Mo Jin's pace of becoming stronger. This was also a form of respect for Prince Mo Jin. No matter how crippled I am, I'm not someone you can provoke. Du Qiu still has some qualifications. At this moment, Prince Mo Jin let out a hoarse voice. He stretched out his palm, and a metallic luster bloomed. He did not erupt with any talent, and simply slapped out with his palm. The attacks of the two powerhouses came from afar, and crazily collided with each other. This caused countless people in the sacred hall of the 36th Academy to narrow their eyes. Experts, these were the real experts. Whether it was Prince Mo Jin or Wu Zun, if such people were placed in the 9 states, each of them would be in existence comparable to a divine king. Rumble. When the two powerhouses collided, terrifying astral winds swept out in all directions, and the void storm in the distance was shattered by this force. If the two of them were placed in the 10,000 realms, one palm would be able to collapse the 10,000 realms. Next, two figures flew out like shooting stars. At this moment, Lord Long, Du Qiu, and the others narrowed their eyes. Powerful rays of light appeared on their bodies, blocking all the impact of the force. However, they wanted to know who had won. At the same time, Lin Ling also stopped breathing and quietly watched the scene. But soon, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Because in his eyes, Wu Zun flew back 8,000 miles, while Prince Mo Jin flew back 5,000 miles. The gap was immediately apparent. When the experts of E-Garden saw this scene, their complexions changed greatly. Not long ago, Ma Jin Tianzi had lost to Du Qiu and was crippled. However, in such a short period of time, Ma Jin Tianzi had recovered his strength again. It was truly inconceivable. It should be known that at their level, if their cultivation regressed, it would be impossible for them to recover without hundreds or thousands of years. However, not only did Prince Mo Jin recover, but he also seemed to be stronger. Could it be that in the shocking battle between Prince Mo Jin and Du Qiu actually did not cripple Prince Mo Jin? Many people could not help but look at Du Qiu. However, from Du Qiu's cold expression, they could see that he was clearly in an extremely shocked mood. This meant that Du Qiu did not hold back against Prince Mo Jin. "I've underestimated you." In the distant void, Wu Zun's expression was extremely gloomy. His long hair fluttered wildly as he walked back step by step. There was no doubt that he could not swallow his pride at this moment. He, who was ranked 3rd, was actually weaker than Prince Mo Jin in their first confrontation. This undoubtedly told everyone that Prince Mo Jin was stronger than Wu Zun. The reason why Prince Mo Jin didn't challenge Wu Zun before and instead fought Du Qiu was because Wu Zun wasn't qualified. "You're only so." On the other side, Prince Mo Jin's expression was still cold as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "It seems that our battle is not over yet." At this moment, Du Qiu walked out. His entire body began to emit purple smoke, and his skin was like mud that constantly flowed down. Poison. This was a true sky poison. This was also Du Qiu's talent. The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. They quickly distanced themselves from Du Qiu because they knew how terrifying Du Qiu's poison was. "Do you really think I don't exist?" However, as Du Qiu walked over step by step, a terrifying demonic aura permeated the air. People seemed to hear the roars of various demon gods. Amidst the demonic aura, a slender figure slowly walked out. This person was tall and had long hair that fluttered in the wind. His aura was extremely demonic. Yang Yao. When the person gradually became clear, everyone was shocked. Yang Yao, one of the 9 states' 10 evils. His strength was extremely terrifying. Even now, no one in the E-Garden knew where his limit was. Chapter 35:51. Crack, 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 crack. Young Master Yao stretched his neck and cracked his knuckles as he looked down at the crowd. Crack, crack. At this moment, the joints of his fingers that had been pulled by him were also making popping sounds. For a moment, the entire void was silent. Experts like Du Qiu and Lord Long also turned their attention to young Beast Lord. In the end, they looked at young Master Yao, Prince Mo Jin, and Lin Ling. The 3 of them were said to be the leaders of the Godslayer Alliance. Today, They were united against all the experts of the E-Villa. Could it be that the God Slayer Alliance wanted to tell the world that they were not only outstanding in the 9 prefectures, but they were also about to step into the final world? Alright, the Transcendence Tower is about to begin. However, at this moment, an ancient and majestic aura suddenly appeared in the void. Then, everyone saw a white-haired old man slowly walking over from the distance. His pace did not seem fast, but he appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Although he looked old, there was an invisible aura around him. It was like a clear cloud that gave off an extremely strong pressure. God's Paladin! The experts of the Wind Snow Academy and E-Villa slowed down their breathing. They knew that this person was definitely a God's Paladin. He might even be an 8-talisman Paladin. The old man's aura was still like a formless cloud that quietly spread out. It was as if the entire void was under his control. It's the God of the North. In the 36 academies, the deans and teachers of the various academies spoke solemnly. Many of them had heard of the old man. He was indeed a God's Paladin. It was said that he had always been by the side of the gods and had the right to speak on behalf of the gods. As for the old man's strength, no one was clear about it. Some people said that the God of the North was a martial god. Others said that the God of the North was even more powerful than the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures and was a half-deity. There were many different opinions. It could only be said that the God of the North's ultimate strength was a mystery. At this moment, Lin Ling was also looking at the old man, and his heart could not help but turn serious. Up until now, the experts he had seen included martial god Wen Tian, Miao Di, and so on. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that this old man's strength was above theirs. He could be considered the strongest warrior Lin Ling had seen so far. Of course, Lin Ling had also seen treasure god Nan Wufengyu and god emperor Zhang Gang. However, Lin Ling didn't treat these two as martial artists. They were already gods, so Lin Ling didn't consider them at all. So strong. Looks like I still have a long way to go. Lin Ling's heart was also filled with a strong fighting spirit. The urge to become stronger was also stronger than before. To be able to control the entire void with just one's aura, who wouldn't yearn for such strength? Who wasn't passionate? Who wouldn't look forward to it? If Lin Ling had such strength, he could easily destroy the Flying Dragon organization and the newly established Heavenly Court. He could even go to the Duan family alone and see if anyone in the Duan family dared to oppose him. He could even face martial god Wen Tian and fight Luli Empress. Rumble. While Lin Ling was thinking, a pure white light spread out from the void like a gauze, interrupting everyone's thoughts. The ethereal tower shone brightly. At this moment, Lord Long's eyes were burning with passion. His world had disappeared, and only the path to godhood remained in his eyes. The ethereal tower. He wanted to surpass the 8th floor and reach the final 9th floor. Du Chou, Wu Zun, and the others were also burning with passion. At this moment, they had forgotten about their opponents. Their only goal was the ethereal tower. Their eyes were fixed on the 8th floor, as if they wanted to catch up to the miracle of their predecessors and share the glory of their predecessors. Then, the two of them looked at young Beast Lord and the others. Although they did not say anything, their intentions were clear. In the battle of the ethereal tower, they wanted to see who could go further. Young Beast Lord and Tyrant Gold's eyes burned with passion. Although they did not say anything, it was clear that they had accepted the challenge. They also wanted to reach the 8th floor and suppress the other geniuses. The ethereal tower is one of the representatives of the 36 academies. It's the path to godhood. I don't know how long it has existed, because it existed the moment I was born. According to the rumors, the ethereal tower is one of the 5 kings of the 9 continents. The god of the northern region said calmly. In the void, the 36 academies' holy halls were silent. No one dared to say anything to interrupt the god of the northern region. The ethereal tower has 9 floors, and each floor has 99 steps. Each step may seem like a simple step, but it hides a whole universe. Every step is a world. Perhaps you can take a gentle step, but you can walk through a whole world and a whole life. Therefore, the ethereal tower is very difficult. Not only does it test one's willpower, will, and talent, It also tests one's cultivation base, the heart of martial arts, and so on. However, the ethereal tower also has great benefits. It can stimulate a cultivator's ultimate potential, greatly increasing their realm, talent, and martial arts experience. Every floor has a large hall. You can rest there for 2 hours. Moreover, each hall has footprints left behind by experts. If you can comprehend them, it will be greatly beneficial to you. If you want to pass the 3 stages of godhood, you have to reach the 555th step. I hope that someone from the 2 academies can break the record of the 8th floor and reach the 9th floor. Of course, I don't know what's on the 9th floor, so I hope that rising stars like you can go and find out. The god of the northern region said calmly, but his gaze quietly fell on Lord Long. He seemed to know that the person most likely to break the record this time was Lord Long. After he finished speaking, he looked at the ethereal tower and muttered something. Rumble. In the void, the ancient white divine pagoda emitted a rumbling sound, and at the bottom of the pagoda, a huge white jade door quietly opened. However, the moment it opened, an ancient divine wind blew out. It was as if the ethereal tower had been closed for millions of years, and now that it opened, the divine wind that had been suppressed for millions of years could finally be released. And this gust of divine wind directly blew the surrounding void. Even the holy palace of the 36th Academy was shaking. As for the experts in the void, the weaker ones immediately turned pale. They felt as if the divine wind was blowing into their flesh and bones, as if it was going to blow away everything about them. Among them, the 3 beauties of the E-Garden turned pale. They hugged their arms and muttered, "It's so cold." "Junior sisters, I'm here." Someone wanted to block the divine wind for the 3 beauties of the E-Garden. However, the moment he stepped out, his teeth chattered and his talent shook. He felt as if his soul was going to be blown out of his body. This time, that person lost all face. He didn't dare to show off and could only hide in the crowd with his tail between his legs. Lin Ling, are you all right? Chapter 3552. The Key to the Assessment. However, when his gaze landed on Lin Ling's body, he discovered that Lin Ling's entire body was pitch black, like a demon and a dragon. Black sludge continuously flowed down from his body like water, allowing Lin Ling to withstand the divine wind. His entire person was unscathed. It seems that Lin Ling's strength has increased greatly during this period of time. He can actually block that ancient divine wind. Ma Jin Tianzi was secretly shocked. Young Master Yao also smiled. He never thought that Lin Ling's defense would be so terrifying. Bang! At that moment, someone walked out of the crowd. One had to know that the best way to fight against the divine wind was to hide in the crowd and use the momentum of the crowd to fight against it. However, at that moment, there was someone who had left the crowd. That person was really brave. The person who walked out was extremely tall and sturdy, but not very tall. It was Lord Long. As for Lord Long, the baleful aura around him was extremely dense. It materialized into an aura that firmly protected Lord Long. Lord Dragon's footsteps did not stop as he walked toward the ancient doors of the Heavenspan Tower. Just as he was about to reach the doors, a beam of light shot out and landed on Lord Dragon's body, transforming into a jade token. Only with the jade token in hand would one be qualified to enter the ethereal tower. Furthermore, if one wished to give up, one could use the jade token to leave the ethereal tower. Of course, through the jade token, the crowd could also see the level of the ethereal tower that the person was on. After Lord Long entered the ethereal tower, another person among the crowd made a move. Du Cho. Many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. At present, many people could only wait for the divine wind to pass before they dared to walk towards the Transcendence Tower. However, Lord Long was an accident, and so was Du Chio. The most terrifying thing was that Du Chio's entire body was emitting purple smoke. When the divine wind blew over, it actually made sizzling sounds like boiling water. On the other hand, Du Chio did not seem to be affected in the slightest. His speed was not much slower than Lord Long's. By the time he arrived at the entrance, he had already obtained a jade token and entered the ethereal tower. Wow! In the holy palace of the 36th Academy, cries of surprise sounded one after another. However, before the cries of surprise ended, a third person walked out. Without a doubt, it was Wuzun. Compared to the previous two, his speed was slightly slower. Around him, there were gods and Buddhas. Borrowing the light of the gods and Buddhas, he entered the Tongshan Tower. Seeing that the three of them had made their move, young demon lord and the others didn't dare to show any weakness, and they all stepped forward. However, at this moment, the divine wind had weakened significantly, and the pressure on them was greatly reduced. They had no choice but to follow the others into the Tongshan Tower. Compared to the fighting spirit of young Master Yao and the others, Lin Ling didn't seem to care at all. He simply followed the group as they proceeded forward. At this moment, his attention was completely drawn to the Tongshan Tower, and his heart was filled with curiosity. After Lin Ling entered the Tongshan Tower, he immediately discovered that the interior of the tower was extremely huge. Rather than calling it a tower, it would be better to call it an entire world. The ancient divine wind howled within the pagoda. Although it was not as ferocious as before, it was still extremely uncomfortable. Looking into the distance, there were countless stairs leading up, as if dragons were trying to soar into the 9 heavens. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 1,000 steps. At this moment, some of the steps had already been stepped onto. Moreover, each step seemed to only be able to accommodate one person. Lin Ling was instantly shocked. This Tongshan Tower was much more mysterious than he had imagined. Next, he randomly chose a step and walked forward. There's a familiar aura in front of this step. This aura seems to be calling out to me. Let's follow this path. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he walked toward one of the steps. However, just as Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the step, someone else chose the same step as Lin Ling. When Lin Ling looked over, he saw that it was an expert from the Blizzard Academy. I've taken a liking to this step. That expert sneered, as if he felt that there was something he needed on this step. You've taken a liking to it? Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. Without wasting any time, he took a step forward and pushed that person away with his strong body. Lin Ling. Sigh. That person was shocked. He had never expected Lin Ling to be so domineering. Go and choose another step. I've taken a liking to this step. Go. However, Lin Ling had already stepped onto the step. He did not even look at that person as he spoke. You've got guts. Go. That person was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. After Lin Ling stepped onto the step, he immediately felt a mysterious energy enveloping his body. Looking around, the steps meandered upward. They did not seem big, but they gave off a feeling that there was no end. At this moment, a melodious wind of the ancient Great Tao blew down from above his head. Moreover, the endless steps gave Lin Ling a feeling that there was no one else in the Tongshan Tower except for him, Lin Ling. How mysterious! Go! Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He took another step forward. After reaching the second step, Lin Ling finally realized how terrifying the Tongshan Tower was. All of his realm essence, ancestral power, talent power, and physical strength had been sealed. Moreover, these powers continued to disappear. Although the speed was not fast, the power that disappeared could not be replenished. The most obvious was Lin Ling's physical strength. His recovery ability had always been strong, but at this moment, even his physical strength could not be recovered. It was as if someone had set down a taboo in the Tongshan Tower. No matter how powerful a martial artist was, they would have to abide by the rules of the Tongshan Tower. Amazing! Yes. Lin Ling's heart shook. He did not casually move forward. He had a feeling that when he reached the third step, the power would be even stronger. All kinds of powers are disappearing. This means that the higher one goes, the faster the powers will disappear. Without realm essence, one would have to endure the powerful divine wind of the Tongshan Tower. If one is unlucky, one might even be blown to death. Yes. And this is a test of one's foundation. If one's cultivation is high, they can last longer. Yes. And if one's talent is high, they can last longer until everything is exhausted. Yes. In that case, those with high cultivation and talent will be able to go further. Yes. Lin Ling stood quietly, constantly analyzing. No, soul power is also disappearing. It's just that it's disappearing very slowly. That's why I did not notice it before. Heavens! This Tongshan Tower is too amazing. Could it be that it wants to turn martial artists into mortals? All their powers will disappear, and they will eventually become mortals? Heavens! Lin Ling's heart rumbled. He finally knew what the Tongshan Tower's test was. Realm essence, physical strength, talent, ancestral power, soul power, martial heart, and perseverance. All the essential factors of a martial artist would be absorbed by the Tongshan Tower, turning martial artists into mortals. And what martial artists had to do was to reach the 9th step before they became mortals. This Transcendence Tower seems to be beneficial to me. Although my cultivation level isn't the highest, I have 5 danshans. I can let the Transcendence Tower slowly devour my world essence. Moreover, I have the strength of my physical body, soul force, and several other great talents. With this, I should be able to endure until I reach a higher level. Heavens! And passing the 3 trials of the Shin Tower is to reach the 555th step. Perhaps with my various trump cards, I might be able to pass smoothly. Heavens! Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile.